A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope our residential guests yesterday had a wonderful time and enjoyed their stay. And we are welcoming a few new faces on the second day of our symposium on our journey with the SECRA, Strengthening University Enterprise Collaboration for Resilient Communities in Asia. So extending a warm welcome to all our physical and virtual participants as well. So today, being the second day of the symposium, we hope to further extend the discussion which we started yesterday. So yesterday, it was a fruitful engagement where we discussed about the importance of collaboration between the university and the enterprise and how it can benefit both parties and how it can have positive impacts on resilience in communities, especially in the Asian region. So we got down some very important personalities, versatile personalities, both in our local as well as from the international parties. So yesterday evening, we had a wonderful session where we had a exchange of thoughts representing the academia and the industry as well as the government sector representation as well. So today we are going to start with yet another very interesting discussion, which will focus on a few panelists who are coming from different disciplines, very interesting disciplines when it comes to disaster management and resilience. We have experts in civil engineering, meteorology, and disaster management, as well as risk information management. First and foremost, let me introduce to you our moderator for today's morning session. This is Mr. Rohan Kure, who is a climate and disaster risk management specialist. He has a multidisciplinary background, especially in urban spatial planning, economic development planning, inclusive planning, and possesses skills on GIS, RS, climate and disaster data analysis, big data analysis, adaptation practices to climate change, and he is an expert on climate risk assessment, PDNAs, damage and loss assessment, and policy planning. He is a social science graduate, having a master's in development studies from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and Masters of Science in Town and Country Planning from University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. He's a member of the Institution of Town Planners of SL. Mr. Rohan Kure, my invitation goes out to you to take your place at the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to our moderator for the day. And joining with us online, we have Mr. J. Charitha Ratwata, Head of Group Sustainability Dialogue Asiata. Mr. Charitha, can you hear us? Are you online? The technical team
Yes, I am online.
Trying to place him. Is he on the meeting?
Can you hear me?
Great. Okay, so while we try to establish connection with him, very briefly, let me tell you who will be joining with us on the panel. Mr. Rohan will be further introducing them to all of you. We have Professor Ranjit Disanaika, and we have Mr. Malit Fernando, Ms. Anuja Seneviratna, all of them joining on the panel today. We are yet to expect the arrival of Mr. Malit Fernando. While we are awaiting, we are ready to start the discussion anyway. So over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think thank you for the kind introduction. So let me invite again the three panelists for today's morning session. Let me invite from the order of gender. I'll invite Miss Anuja Senaviratna, Director Mitigation, Research and Development, Disaster Management Center Government, Minister of Disaster Management. Come on. Yeah. And let me also invite Professor Ranjit Disanayaka, Senior Professor, University of Peradeniya, and also Secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Roads and Other Infrastructure, Government of Sri Lanka. Thank you. And we are expecting Mr. Malit Fernando, the meteorologist from Department of Meteorology, this Ministry of Disaster Management. And also we have a online participant, Charita Ratwat Jr. He is the head of corporate sustainability, Dialogue Asiata. Charita, I hope you can hear us, and we are glad to have you virtually. So let's continue our discussion. Okay, until I wait for Malit, I'll start the discussion from. Anyway, I'll start from our online panelist, Charita. So Charita is the head of sustainability, if I'm not wrong, so at Dialogue Asiata. And well, Dialogue Asiata is always worked with disaster management in Sri Lanka since 2004 tsunami. Actually, they have supported Disaster Management Center to develop the disaster early warning network, which is known as DUNE. So, which is a cell broadcasting SMS system. I think Charita can elaborate on this. So, let me just start the discussion with my first question, because we have almost like 15 minutes for each participant to continue the discussion, and I'll have mainly 3 questions for each participant, but it will be continue with the discussion. So my first question to Charit, thank you for participating for this particular strengthening university enterprise collaboration for resilient communities in Asia, organized by the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, and with many other share partners from all over the world. So my first question is, Charit, what's your role? What's your role in disaster management and climate resilience and adaptation in Sri Lanka as a person from private sector who is working with the government partners, non-government, non-state sector partners? So what's your thoughts about it? Thank you.
Aiban, Wanakam, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Rohan, for the question. Dialogue Asiata's vision statement, if you go look at the website, I won't read out the whole statement, but we talk about using multisensory technologies to enrich and enhance Sri Lankan lives and enterprises. So apart from being a connectivity provider that has among the telcos that have been in the market, Dialogue was a number 4 entrant. Dialogue has always had a focus on digital inclusion and using our capabilities and technologies to serve the wider community, not just our subscribers, and to do even when it comes to businesses, especially small and medium enterprises. So the example of DUNE, which is the longest standing, continuously running example of this, is a partnership not only, by the way, between Dialogue and the Disaster Management Center, but also with MicroImage, a software company, together with whom we developed there have been a couple of iterations of the solution, where the Disaster Management Center has in its hands the capability to send early warnings within the smaller circle of its first responders and regional staff, but also to the wider public where needed. There are several other examples I can give you perhaps later on, which so Dune, the concept for Dune obviously came after the 2004 tsunami and was operational by long before I joined the company, but by about 2009, if I'm correct. But there have been many other successful collaborations with different government, industry partners, as well as academic partners to develop other solutions to tackle different problems related to disaster risk resilience, but also in some cases post-disaster work as well. So I'll keep those for later, I guess, and let you continue.
Thank you, Charita. It's very elaborate and very it gives you the introduction to today's panel. So let me just come back to the physical panelist here. So my first question to Anuja Senaviratne. She's the Director Mitigation, Research and Development, Disaster Management Center under the Ministry of Disaster Management. Anuja is a very well-known person in disaster risk reduction and disaster management in Sri Lanka. And of course, we were privileged to have a lady in our panel because she is the only lady in this panel. So, and she actually holds a geologic bachelor's in geology, and also she also earned Master of Science in Remote Sensing from ITC Netherlands, and also she's readying for PhD from University of Peradeniya. So I think she will very soon become a PhD holder on disaster management. So with that background, Anuja, I know most of the people here already knows you, but let us hear about the disaster risk management in Sri Lanka and the role of Disaster Management Center in general. So because we will continue the discussion with other questions. Thank you, Anuja. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Rohan, for your kind introduction. And on behalf of Disaster Management Center, I thank for the organizers as well for inviting Disaster Management Center to share our views in this conference, particularly with researchers. Today, I'm not going to discuss the Disaster Management Center's roles and responsibilities based on our legal mandate, that is our Sri Lanka Disaster Management Act. Of course, legally, Disaster Management Center enacted responsible, mandated to do some sort of activities, including research and development facilitation. But today, entire world is focusing on achieving the sustainable development. And there we are discussing number of global framework. So under this today context, what is the role and responsibility of Disaster Management Center aligned with the legal mandate? So then we all are looking for development. Development is basically based on the implementation of the research output. That means innovative things. We have to co-create a lot of innovations, and the most important thing is sharing these output, research output, and the implementation of this output. So there, Disaster Management Center having a responsibility, and we are doing some activities. As little while ago, Charita mentioned that their output we are implementing for a long time. Like that, there are research output we are implementing in a sustained way through the Disaster Management Center based on our different activities. So basically, Disaster Management Center role and responsibility, one is that facilitation for the research and development. I'm not discussing all the disaster risk management things, but particularly focusing on the research. We are facilitate for the research teams. So we are providing, we are maintaining data and information. That is the most important part of the disaster risk management. So we are having the databases, those databases free of charge, open to everybody. So in my division, we are maintaining that. My experience is most of the time the online database using by the international community, international researchers, when it comes to the local context, all the students and the researchers visited to us and they are requesting the data. So in that way, as per our legal act, we are responsible to collect all these data and make sure available to use these data. So we are performing that. So all the institutions, they are having interns and all the researcher student, final, MSc and all. So they visited that. So we facilitate them to get all these things. Then the other one is that for the implementation of these research things. So Disaster Management Center, we are having that national platform for disaster risk management, not for the research only, but for the disaster risk management. We call that National Disaster Coordinating Committee, National Disaster Management Coordinating Committee, NDMCC. So they are actually the researchers' representation is very less. Mostly the government institution, the 75 members in there, mostly the government institutions and the the other sector, CBOs, NGOs and UN agencies are member of that. So their researchers' involvement is highly encouraged, and lack of the involvement of researchers is a gap there. But anyhow, so we are having that national platform to discuss all these things. So then the other one is that local level at the district level also, there are some platforms. So these platforms, honestly, I have to tell that these platforms are not operating properly. But we are discussing that those gaps, but we have to do something to operationalize these things at the local level. So that is one thing. So anyhow, we have decentralized this disaster risk management system to the local level. So then local universities, local researchers can join all these things, and even with the district disaster management coordinating unit, they can link and they can do a lot of activities. Very recently, that type of activity went on at the Eastern University, Moratuwa University, and the Ampara District Disaster Management Coordinating Unit. So like that, we are having a lot of activities like that in Matara, Runa University, like that we have that collaboration. So as per the entrusted activities of the Disaster Management Center, we are doing all these things. But here, while we are doing all these activities, the other thing is that we have to make the people aware on risk, from risk identification to the preparedness for the residual risk. But there, the gap one, we are doing a lot of activities for that, for the understanding disaster risk. Disaster Management Center has published hazard profile for 9 hazards. Then we have developed risk index for the country. So that is also made available for everybody. So there are risk index for all 14,000 GN division for 4 hazard, flood, landslide, water scarcity and tsunami. So those documents available. So then we have developed 10 guidelines for mainstreaming disaster risk reduction into different 10 developed sectors, including environment impact assessment, road construction, and all these development activities. So apart from that, in collaboration with other agencies, we have done a lot of activities for the disaster risk management. So, I'm not going to spell out all these things, but what I want to highlight is, as a researchers, while implementing all these disaster risk management activities, what we request from you. That is, so to implement all these things, we need you. We need your output. If you share your output with us, whatever it is, so then we can convert all these things into the policies and the strategies and the action plan. So then as a government institution, we can implement it. But the gap is there. So, I mean, you have to enlighten us with your research findings. You have to discuss your research finding with us. We are implementers. Our total time we are investing for this implementation and problem solving and all these things. So that's what, I mean, today, actually, when Professor Ranjit invited me for this, then, I mean, I willingly participate because I want to create this discussion. Disaster risk management committed. I mean, in our side also, there are a lot of gaps. So whatever the gaps, I mean, as a country, as a whole society, we all need to understand all these things, and then we have to have our own solution to bridge these gaps. So I want to have a close collaboration. I means the Disaster Management Center want to have a close collaboration with the research community of this country, and we want to build partnership, and we are committed to implement the disaster risk management activities in the country. We are facilitating for that, but for the implementation and for the betterment of the country, we need to do that. So we are doing disaster management activities for the disaster understanding to the response and the recovery as well. Till that, all the phases of the disaster management cycle we are addressing, but still we need a lot of innovations, a lot of co-creations we need. So for that, we need collaboration from you all. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you, Anuja. I think she has elaborated the disaster management spectrum in Sri Lanka and the institutional, legal, and coordination mechanism, as well as the research, the requirement of research and development for disaster risk reduction and building resilience, and also to achieve the build back better after the disaster, as well as the achieve the sustainable development goals. Because one of the key thing that we need to look at it is whatever we do, we need to understand that we are in a decade or the decade where we are trying hardly to achieve the sustainable development goal. This is a global agenda, but that doesn't mean it's somewhere isolate, but we have to achieve through research and development. So I think disaster risk management and building resilience plays a vital role in achieving sustainable development goals. So that's something that we will need to discuss. I'll come back to you, Anuja. And also let me just invite the panelists, the last panelist, Mr. Malit Fanan from the Department of Meteorology. Malit, please. I'll give him a Malit. Come, I think they will on for you. Please sit. I think Malit Fanan, he's a very young meteorologist anyway, from your university, from University of Sri Javadhanapura, I believe. Malik, thanks for coming. I know you're a little bit late, but thanks for coming. So Malik is a Bachelor of Science Physics, a special from University of Sri Javadhanapura, and also he has earned a master's from Nanjing University, University of China, from University of China, and now he works as a meteorologist for Department of Meteorology, Ministry of Disaster Management, and he's very active in terms of understanding new concept, and he's very young, and also, of course. So thanks for having him, and I will come back to you, Malit, once our discussions goes on. So thank you.
First, let me tell them that I'm extremely sorry that I'm being late. I could have asked permission to leave earlier the office, but I just left there at 8 a.m. So I'm extremely sorry again. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you. We all have issues on the way. No problem. Thank you. Let me come back to the discussion again, and this is my next question. Next panel is Professor Ranjit Disanayak, who doesn't need any introduction, I believe. Of course, he's a senior professor for University of Peradeniya and secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Roads and Other Infrastructure, which is the government ministry. So anyway, Professor Ranjit, thank you very much for coming and having with us today. So my first question is, now you're from the academic. Of course, although now we are working as a secretary to the Ministry of Rural Road and Infrastructure Development. But what's your thought about university and industrial collaboration, especially because I'm not going to give you a special question like or introductory question, but I'm coming straight to the point. But with all your experience over the last 2 decades or 3 decades, and also working as a member of the technical advisory committee of disaster management center since 2005, from the beginning of disaster management center and the Ministry of Disaster Management in Sri Lanka, you are one of the very talkative and very active member in technical advisory committee of disaster management in Sri Lanka. So how do you see this collaboration between university academics as well as the university itself with the enterprises, especially working in disaster management in Sri Lanka? I'm not speaking only about disaster management center. There are other agencies which is under the disaster management ministry. So let's hear from you also. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Let me see how I come, because here we were talking about the disaster and the academia and the industry. So I'm getting a lot of information. I'll see how I can deliver within the given time that will be best suit for the academics here as well as student and the others. So my involvement with the disaster management center goes like almost like the beginning of the day tsunami happened in Sri Lanka. So almost like 17, 18 years. So at that time, me being a civil engineer, so that we are to provide the safe shelters as well as looking for the connectivity and the existing structures and the new structures and so forth. So being a civil engineer, that will be our responsibility. So that when you go to the research, yes, we started research. Rather than doing more and more research, I would like to see that the better thing that we did was that the adaptation and innovation and such. Because when you go to the research side of this, there are so many innovations, so many things are around the world. You can find it out. But anyway, that should be adapted and make sure that that is suitable for the Sri Lankan context, so that the innovation come there. Then very important, how are you going to sustain it? So that at the beginning we did work with the disaster management center. What happened if the tsunami came and gone, but whether there is another tsunami or how about if there's an earthquake like what happened in 1906 in Colombo? So are we ready for this one? So these are the questions. Then frequently we are getting the flooding and so forth. Our structures are suitable for this one. So then at the university level, we are starting like a MS in disaster management, and we being academic, we introduce the courses like the how to assess the structure, retrofitting, and so forth. So when they come to the university, we are bringing the new knowledge. Whenever we go to the conference, they are from the other countries where the best practices, and we innovate them and make sure that sustainable. Then when you go to the collaboration, so that whatever the technology that we bring and technique we develop here, there should be an arm to continue this. So actually, I with some of my students, I developed a company called it's about 12 years before, International Center for the Sustainable Built Environment, where I want to bring the sustainability also there. The main function of that company to basically we assess the structures which are in danger, and we provide the solution to for them to how are you going to mitigate. Whether actually question is whether we can keep the structure, or if you are not, if you otherwise we have demolished. Otherwise, if you want to strengthen, how are you going to strengthen it? how much will it cost? What is the methodology that we are costing? I mean, there are so many methods that we can strengthen the structure. It is a concrete jacketing or steel, fiber from polymer, or other way around. So that these kind of services will be provided to the companies. But again, when we go to the implementation, the construction, we have another arm called Lego International Private Limited. That company will provide not only when we provide the solution, they are happy to implement it. Likewise, I just want to give it that it's not just adaptation and innovation, and in order to sustain, we need to provide the industry collaboration. And of course, recently we have a MSc program in structural engineering. We introduced for the first time a course on assessment, retrofitting and assessment, strengthening of the structure. That means we try to give a student how are you going to, whatever we teach, how are you going to implement in the field and so forth. So these are the basic involvement. We've been the researchers and the academia and the policymakers. So this is how we do. I mean, basically, I would like to think about there are so many methods and research has been done around the world. So basically, we have to adapt them and we have to innovate, which will suit to the Sri Lankan context, and the very, very important sustainability. When the sustainability comes, the industry, the university, industry collaboration is a very, very important in order to sustain. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think. Thank you, Professor. I'll come back to you with my question in my second round of questions. But the essence of Professor Ranjit inputs. Now, we need to understand what exactly the roles of university in terms of providing inputs to research and development, as well as implementation of activities and policy planning, etc. So I'll come back to you, Professor Ranjit, in my second round of. But let me just go back to Mr. Malit Fernando, our meteorologist, from Department of Meteorology. Now, Malit, what exactly your Department of Meteorology role in disaster management, as well as building resilience of Sri Lanka as an island nation in the Indian Ocean? So I would love to understand the main role in emerging context, not the conventional role that Department of Meteorology plays in Sri Lanka, but I need to understand, and I think most of the people here will love to understand what's the role in emerging context. So let's hear from you also. Over to you, Malik. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I believe that our department, or the Department of Meteorology, plays the main role, or basically it's about forecasting, of course, but this is the place where it starts, like most of the disaster situation in Sri Lanka. I mean, when it comes to forecasting, of course, I will go with forecasting first. We are facing many disasters, like hydrological disasters, or especially when it comes to rainfall, or what do we call it? Hydrological disasters, and which you mentioned also, as an island, we are facing lots of things because of the ocean, like winds, waves, and cyclones. Yesterday as well, we issued one of the warnings to the Bay of Bengal, like that. So there are lots of types of these warnings and stuff. In the emerging context, like of course we have the conventional methods of finding and issuing these warnings and stuff, but right now our department is trying mainly on focusing mainly on modeling and understanding the dynamical situations, so that you might have seen kind of a development is there, but compared to the past, of course. But however, it is very challenging, especially with the climate change and those things. It's very challenging. Like, for an example, today or the yesterday, the situation is not typical in this time. I mean, this is like the withdrawal season of northeast monsoon. In these times, we do not expect. Usually, we do not expect the depression or the low pressure area in the Bay of Bengal. That is the typical situation. But now we are experiencing more and more these kind of situations. So actually, in one hand, it's a very big challenge to understand these things. I mean, the first, I'll come back later about this research and stuff, which you should help us to understand. At the moment, these technological things and all those things, we use many things, but of course, it is not enough. It is not enough to understand, cope with this new normal.
Thank you, Malit. I think you have opened the discussion. Now, let me brief you on this also. Now, we are living in a world where artificial intelligence and machine learning is part of becoming a part of our life. IoT is also. I mean, now this faculty at the University of Sri Javadhanapura, which is IT faculty, and also, so we need to understand how they also can contribute and engage in, especially when it comes to climate modeling and climate research, etc. So I'll come back to you in my second round of questions. So let me quickly go back and see whether Charit is still online to have my second question. And
yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Hi, Charit. Again, sorry for keeping you waiting. Well, now, Charit, now, if you have listened to the three panelists here in person with me, so you may see there is an opportunity even for the private sector to engage in disaster risk management and building resilience. But as we all understood, now, over the years, the Dialogue Asiata, which is one of the major mobile service provider for disaster risk data, disaster alert dissemination in Sri Lanka. So how do you see, is there an opportunity for you to engage with not only disaster management center, but also with the agencies and academics who are entangled with disaster management activities in Sri Lanka, like Med Department, Disaster Management Center, and the academics who are part of this business? Now, is there an opportunity? Is there an enabling environment for you to engage through your private sector entity? Thanks.
Thanks. That's an important question. I see 4 challenges. I mean, we deal with a lot of academic, when I say academic, not only universities, but also research agencies and institutions. We deal a lot with government because Dialogue's unfortunately very ambitious in the kinds of areas we like to create a difference in, whether it's education, disaster, and so many other areas. So it's a fact of life that we have to deal with government, because in some of these cases, government is by kind of default and has to be the almost the monopoly owner or gateway for coordination in these things. Best example being disaster, particularly disaster early warning, where obviously no one else should have the power and authority to just go around sending warning messages. So we end up having to work a lot with government for different requirements, including in disaster management. If I can first summarize the 4 challenges or areas that we all need to improve on, I would say the first is, people always say that Sri Lanka has the best policies and laws on the books, but the problem is that they are not enforced, and many people don't even know what policies they should be operating under, or what those policies should mean, and kind of how they should be operationalized on a regular basis. So I think that is something that all parties need to have better awareness of, and turn those into, it's not only awareness of policy, it's also accountability as well of the parties who are supposed to, who are mandated to do things, to make sure that they actually do them. Because, for example, I always tell our colleagues from the Disaster Management Center, my life is also in your hands when it comes to the early warning and things like that. So we all need to take these things very seriously, so that each party plays the role that is assigned to them as best as possible. The other would be, when it comes to the private sector, 2 things. So first one, I mean, Rohan knows that I'm very frank when it comes to these kinds of things. I mean, there are actually companies that want to help. And unfortunately, there's a lot of suspicion or paranoia about the private sector, and why they would want to help, or what are they actually after. So that, unfortunately, I have come across in many areas when we're dealing with government, or even other academic or other institutions, because there are simple ways to, if there is any concern about the expectations and outcomes of these things, there are things called legal contracts and MOUs and all these things, with which all parties can spell out what they require. They can negotiate and see what is possible or not possible. And they can also talk about the consequences of misuse or abuse of any of those resources or whatever. So I think it's very important to, all legal documentation, everything is very slow, but very valuable and important, because they can actually make sure all parties are comfortable and working within an environment that everybody knows what is expected and everybody is trying to achieve. This is not only with government, with academia, with anyone, including between private sector organizations, I would say. So, I mean, I would never hesitate to get into some kind of legal document if that is what is needed for all sides to be comfortable that about what is happening and what will be ensured should not happen. The other thing with the private sector is, these are mostly shareholder-owned, profit-oriented organizations. A lot of the things like this that Dialogue gets involved from a disaster perspective are not in pursuit of profit at all. Some of them may be, there may be branding or kind of awareness outcomes that the companies would be very glad to have, because after all, they are spending shareholder money with no expectation of financial return. But the other thing is that, you know, the private sector tries to get things done as simply, ideally as sustainably as possible. The first casualty usually is data in the formats that researchers might like to see, because we are not built like that or for that. So I always encourage people who want to deal with us, who need to know, they ask us questions that we hadn't even thought of when it came to the point of where we should have recorded it, whether in our systems or whatever. So that's an important area where I suppose first researchers really should, because it's just that we don't know. If somebody engages with us and says, you know what, you're doing something with air quality, here are some things that you really need to record, that you really need to in these particular frequencies or on these dimensions and make available in certain formats. It's easy for us to do that when implementing. It's very hard for all of us to try to do those things after the fact. And especially because there is cost involved. If we try to reverse engineer anything and go, these things are not built for free. We have to go deal with the people who built them and tell them, hey, by the way, we need this, and this done differently. So everybody being more involved together at the start, setting the expectations, setting the direction of what is needed, would probably ensure that particularly the systems and programs and things that the private sector is doing can generate and contribute the best possible quality data. Because there's all kinds of data in what we call dark pools sitting around somewhere in a server, but we may not know the value of it. We may not have bothered to record it in the correct format. Sometimes it may be fairly easy to transform the data, but that's not something that we understand much about. So that's where researchers need to get in. And sorry, Rohan, just the last thing is about privacy, data privacy, because that is customer privacy, all those things. Those are not things that we can compromise on. And again, it's a conversation you have at the start about what is acceptable or what is not. And if more data than we can give under normal circumstances is required, then we just have to change our processes to ask people for permission to provide such data on them, etc. So in all cases, everybody getting together as early on as possible is probably the best solution.
Thank you, Charit. Thanks, Charit. I think it's very valuable insights. I mean, there is nothing to dispute. I mean, there is nothing to everyone. I think what you have said is in a nutshell. Now, one of the thing in when it comes to partnerships, especially when it comes to private sector partnership with the government and other non-state sector agencies, that there is a policy issue as well as there is a dilemma between when it comes to agreements and partnerships and sharing of data and information, and also about the privacy and the use of the data that has been supposed to share in terms of developing these systems. And also the last thing is at the end of the day, the private sector always motivated by the profit. So it's you need to look at it. You have to factor these things also when it comes to developing the agreements and partnership, because none of the, I don't think any private sector agency will come into a play which is nationally important without a cost, because everything has a cost. For an example, I think Anuja can correct me. Now, when the Dialogue Asiata has developed this Dialogue disaster early warning network in 2007, the government is using the infrastructure. We are using the infrastructure to send the message with quickly. So of course they have to somehow somebody has to take the cost. Somebody has to compensate. Otherwise, it won't be a sustainable approach. So that's there. But let me come back again to thanks, Charita, for those very valuable insights, which we can speak again and again. But I think we will. I'll take forward this discussion, and also there may be questions in the audience also with what you have said. Let me come back to Anuja. Anuja, now you have in your first round that you have mentioned about the legal legislative role of a disaster management center in Sri Lanka, because of course disaster management center is led by the Act, Disaster Management Act, but in the same time she was speaking about the collaboration and the requirements from the academics and the universities, that disaster management can take on board, especially when it comes to for risk assessment, risk planning, risk reduction, etc. I mean, it's a business of everybody. I believe disaster management and building resilience is a business of everybody. There is nothing that can say, okay, this is one agency's work. But let me also relate this discussion to today's the university expectation, because of course we have to manage the expectations. Now, of course, this particular faculty, the Information Management Technology faculty of University of Sri Javardhan, I believe there are areas that where you can get or you can collaborate with them. I mean, but even to collaborate, is there an enabling environment in government sector, especially in disaster management sector, for them to come and engage without a due process? I mean, you know, when it comes, if you, of course, you can work with any government in this country, any government ministry in this country with the agreements and all those formal approaches are there. But is there any opportunity for universities to get directly involved with disaster management and contributing to building resilience in this country through your institution? Over to you, Anuja. Thank you.
Thank you. The quick answer is why not? So if I link this Rohan's questions with the Charit answer, one is that the policy issue. So people think that they don't have avenue to link with disaster management center or any other institution mandated to do the disaster risk management activities because of this act is there. So the people perception is the thing. So disaster management act is not an act to the disaster management center. It is not act to the National Council for Disaster Management. Disaster Management Act is a Sri Lanka Disaster Management Act. It is a People's Act. As Charit mentioned, that his life is also on the hand of the disaster management people because he need to get the early warning, though he's developed that the disaster early warning network with the partnership of Disaster Management Center and the University of Moratuwa. So there, the university always having opportunities to work in the disaster management as per the Disaster Management Act. To facilitate all the functions elaborated in the Disaster Management Act, there are two institutions called the Disaster Management Council, I mean National Council for Disaster Management and then Disaster Management Center. Apart from that, as per the Act, there are another purpose of the Act is that to introduce National Disaster Management Strategy or the National Disaster Management Plan. National Disaster Management Plan is not the institutional plan of the Disaster Management Center. People think in that way. Even the university researchers, they think that National Disaster Management Plan is Disaster Management Center plan. No, it is the country's strategy for the disaster risk management. There are some research component in that. So why not, I mean, the universities can get that, can get it, and then you can do your research. So Disaster Management Center only facilitating to develop that National Disaster Management Plan. So in the National Disaster Management Plan, the research component belongs to the universities, researchers, and all other research institutions. So you can work on that. I mean, who is disturbing for that? So then the other one is the National Disaster Management Plan, National Emergency Operation Plan. That is also one purpose of the Disaster Management Act. That is the legal framework of the country. So there, National Emergency Operation Plan, all the institutions can work on that. So with the stakeholder collaboration, Disaster Management Center is facilitating to do that. Endorsement by the cabinet ministry, cabinet of the country. So then, I mean, everybody can work on the National Emergency Operation Plan based on their responsibilities. All the institutions had been identified, the key agencies and the supporting agencies. So, I mean, collaboratively, everybody can work together on this instrument. So then the next one of the legal instrument, that National Disaster Management Act, the purpose is that to establish advisory committees to advise, to guide the National Council for Disaster Management and the Disaster Management Center. So, I mean, who are the experts? I mean, not now, we don't have that the technical advisory committees, but earlier. So we had that committee. So for the buildings, we had committees. For the social things, for the early warnings, for response, we had these committees. So all the university crowd, represent all these things. So that is an opportunity. So then the other thing is National Council. So you are under that, Ministry of Higher Education. So the education minister is the member of that council. So the council, these ministers, they are the policy makers. So as a policy, they have to collect all this information on their ministry, subject ministry sector, and they can discuss all these things at the apex body. So these are the issues. So at the same time, Charit mentioned a very valid point. That is policies and acts and all these things in the books in Sri Lanka. Yes, of course, because we don't have a proper understanding of these policies and the acts. So do we have, I mean, here we are representing a one spectrum of this society. What is the level of understanding of the policies and acts in our country? So as citizens, we have to think that all these policies and acts give the right of us. So as Sri Lankans, we are not thinking that. We have right to get all these things from the government. So as example, so you all have right to ask me that, okay, we are paying for you. So then you need to give the early warning to us. So it is your right to get the early warning, right? So for the response, within a minimum time, as a citizens, not as researchers, not as university crowd. So you have to get the quick response. So I am working as in disaster management center. You have right to ask me that, okay, we need to get it. So like that, as a citizens, I need to ask you that, okay, you are researchers. You are getting this much of benefit for the research. So in this field, I have a right to get some innovation and some finding from you. So this is, two ways. As a citizens, we are having right. As a professionals, we are representing different sectors. Then as a professional, we are having right to provide our input to the society. So in that way, we have to think. As Charit mentioned very correctly, that these policies and acts in the book. So we don't have any understanding all these things. We are implementing in ad hoc level. So that is, my understanding. It's my, with lot of experience while working in these things, this sector. So I am having this understanding. So as a people, we have to think that these things are our right. We are having a right to live, lead a very dignity life in this country. So for that, we are having right. So to ensure all these right, government introduced different policies, acts and strategies and all these things. Then it is public's responsibility to ask it, question it, and to get it. If it is not getting, then through all these legal instruments, we can have right to go to ensure our right. Even in the court, we can ensure it, right? So people need to think in that way, then we can ensure to achieve the resilience. If not, another 10, 15 years till 2030 for this time, we can discuss. We can have some fancy words, fancy jargons, nothing will be implemented. So for that, as researchers, you are having right as well as responsibility. As an implementing agency, we are having right and responsibility. So we all citizens, we all having right, responsibilities, duties. So we need to commit for these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuj. I think it's a very elaborative and really very elaborate. But before I coming back to your talk, is Disaster Management Center has a research and development program? A quick question.
Yes. We are working with different universities. We are having some collaboration with Kotalavala Defense University. So we are having some collaboration with Postgraduate Institute of Science in University of Peradeniya. So then engineering faculty also time to time we are having. So when we are having a special programs under, donor support programs, we always link with universities. So earlier, we had some programs with University of Ruhuna. So like that, we are having different programs. At the same time, Disaster Management Center, support for all the postgraduate courses. So not only that, I mean, annually, so we are supporting for the research, not only the universities, even some other education institutions. Under the military, there are a number of training centers and the research institutions, like that the staff college in Bataland. So they are doing a lot of researchers. So in these researchers, they are basically focused on response. So we are working with them. We have some collaboration. Apart from that, so in any university, when they request something, some facilitation for research and development from disaster management center, from getting a consent letter till the evaluation of the researchers, when they request it, always we facilitate that, and we facilitate them. So in that way, as well as in using MOUs, also we are having some collaboration, not only the local universities, even we are having the having some collaboration with the foreign universities as well.
Okay. Thank you, Anuj. I think it's elaborated. Anyway, well, I'll come back to Professor Ranjit Disanayak. Now, in your initial introduction, that you have said that yes, I do understand. Maybe I'm wrong. The way I comprehend that you were saying that, of course, the academics provide expertise, academic provides consultancies, academic provides the required services to the government entities, including disaster management. But is there a room for universities to get involved? I mean, of course, I do understand as academics, we support. I mean, most of the, I don't think no one will have a dispute on that. But still, everybody supports to the government in individualistic way, or maybe as through their organization. But as an entity, as a universe, for an example, I'm sorry to use the word that University of Peradeniya. I'm not going to quote, but University of Peradeniya. Now, University of Peradeniya is supporting the disaster management, or is the University of Peradeniya, a few people in University of Peradeniya supporting? In the same time, I believe I saw the nod from Professor Ranjit Nandalal in our audience from University of Roon. So likewise, yes, I do understand that these academics supports the government by being in the technical advisory committees, being in the all these councils. But as a university, is there a long-term partnership with the institutes? That's something that's a burning issue for a question for me also, because I was part of a national building research organization, and we always have a MOU with the Department of Architect and Faculty and Engineering and of course in the University of Peradeniya and Moratuwa. But likewise, is there a long-term plan that have you ever thought about that? Not, I mean, giving consultancies as a service provider is something, but giving being a collaboration between universities and the academy, the government is something else. Is there a room to connect these things? Because there is a disconnect between these things in the past. But I believe there is a room for improvement. Is there? So what's your thought about Professor Ranjit? Thank you.
Right. I'll start in this way. I see when I listen to the Charita, Mr. Anoja and Malit, there's a kind of circle, right? So there are a disaster. Then in order to mitigate the disaster, we need the innovation or the research. Then we need the law and order, the support that to implement. Then of course we have to tackle the disaster, so that we need the industry also. That's what we are here. Then again, it's not, you can't stop there, because there's no unique and complete solution. So we have to keep on doing that. Again, we have to do the research and then the implement. We may have to change the rules and regulation. Then the industry must come forward and implement what we find, and the government have to support. Likewise, we have to keep on, because you can't stop it one day. So it is a circle. So within this circle, when we go to the university, I become part of it. I become a researcher. So that we either we do new finding or we innovate, adapt something and innovate, and we make sure that in order to make it sustain, we have to link up with the who will implement this. It's maybe disaster management center or whatever it is, right? So, right. Your question is whether we have the long-term collaboration. There are certain things. For example, when you talk about the again, I'm going back to my subject, civil engineering. We are concerned about whether there's another like earthquake comes, because we have got some records, but can it be repeat? Yes, there's a possibility. So that even though earthquake happen, tsunami happened, but we have been doing the research. We have been working on the existing structure, whether how their conditions, what is the condition of the existing bridges, and how we have to improve the future and so forth. When disaster like this one come, the disaster management center say that why not you do? Then we have the similarly we link up with, so that then maybe after some time these projects will be over. So then we will have to continue. Sometimes there will be issues like funding and so forth. But when we try to get the funding from other source and continue, but we've been researchers in the university. We try to understand what will be the country requirement and the trends for the future. So that we sometimes disconnect with the DMC and work. Whenever we DMC want, we connect with them, work together. So that we never, because I remember that during my career is like 22-3 years in the university. All throughout this career, we have been taking these research. Whenever DMC want or any organization want, we support. Otherwise, we will continue. But when we go to the long-term relationships, university, we in academics, you just cannot have the relationships. We have been academic. We should be able to submit the report on time, communication. These are matters end of the day. So you just knowing the subject will not work it, but we have to talk to the people relevant and submit the report on time, PR, that everything is a matter, right? Otherwise you can't continue. That is how I see that. This is a circle. We have been a part of it. We have to be in academics. We are doing the research. We never stop it. But whenever a connection is required, when the information is requirement, we are ready to provide it.
Thank you, Professor Ranjit Disanayak. I think it's valuable because, of course, there is a if there is no need from the government institution for us to be engaged, of course there is no need. Then we don't need to go there. But of course, we can still continue our research. That's a different story. But yes, I believe there is a disconnect between the government sometimes and the industry sector when it comes to understand the real requirements. Because because these requirements need to be understood by both parties, not only just the industry, but of course not only the government sector or the state sector, but of course the both has to have a dialogue. The dialogue should develop. These requirements has to come from both sides, not only because some of these requirements may be innovative. I mean, we call it in these days we call it frontier technologies. Now, the frontier technologies mean that, of course, I believe you guys are very much aware about what is frontier technology. For an example, remote sensing, GIS, and then big data analysis, AI and ML. So these are frontier technology, or we call it disruptive technology. It's disruptive means not disturbing, but it's disruptive in terms of doing things differently. That's something that we were looking at. So sometimes you look at things different. So let me come back to the final question to today's discussion to Malit. Now I'm asking the same question from you. Now I do believe that Department of Meteorology, which is a conventional department, of course, like 100 years old, and it's a laboratory of data and information, and we call it a lab. How far it has been captured in our development planning processes? How far it has been taken into development planning spectrum? So how far it has been shared with the research and academics? Is there a room for you to engage these people, the academics, when it comes to the meteorological planning or climate forecasting, weather forecasting? Because I need to say something now. On 28th of last month, IPCC 6 report has been published, the release, which is like 3,000 plus pages, and it says there are 5 key messages before, because this is very important now. This is the talk of the town, actually. I mean, of course, everybody speaks climate change, disaster management, building resilience. These are buzzwords. But when it comes to the key messages that I quote from the IPCC 6 report, which is released on 28th February. So it says that climate change is hurting our health. That is the first message of the report. The second is something will be lost forever. Some of these fauna and flora will be lost forever. And the third one, we can adapt to a certain point. We cannot adapt 100%. We can adapt to a certain point. Of course, if the entire world is covered with water, we cannot be a fish. We cannot become a fish. No? So likewise, we can adapt to a certain point. The poorest will be hit hardest. The people who are most vulnerable will be hit hardest. So that's also there. And the last one, the 5th point, is each 0.1 Celsius matters. So now this is the 5 key messages of IPCC 6 report, which is released in last month. Now, how are we as academics, are we aware of these things? Are we communicate when you are doing your research? Are you communicating, or are you engaged in this type of research? Now, there are 5 areas that you can work on. I mean, it's huge. 5 different areas which need to be looked at. Now, I'm not asking you to do it. Now, Ms. Malit, I'm just asking how you can support, because your Department of Meteorology is guided by IPCC 6 reports and World Meteorological Organization. And there are 4 scenarios to be downscale, climate downscale. There are 4 scenarios that have been identified by IPCC 6 to downscale to Sri Lankan context at a very finer resolution. I'm speaking about spatial resolution. I mean, like 25 kilometer spatial resolution, which is finer resolution. Are we prepared? Does the meteorological department can do it alone? That's my question. Thank you. And it will be my last question, and we'll go back to the question and answers. Thank you.
Okay. That's a lot of questions. Okay, I'll start with yes, each 0.1 Celsius matters. That's true. Yes, we cannot totally eliminate these things. Everyone accepts that, but we have to stop it. But yes, as the organization which should take the responsibility of implementing and aware the people, that's us. Of course, we cannot do that alone. We don't have that capacity. I don't think that near future we will have that capacity alone. So that is why we need people. So we believe that especially the universities of Sri Lanka, they can do a better job. That's true. Especially when it comes to this research, and especially about these IPCC reports, downscaling, and that's a lot of work. I mean, almost all of them are technical stuff. So of course, the universities must join, as I think. Okay, let me explain whether there's a room for the universities to join us, to work with us, and what are the conditions that currently are we working with universities? Of course, we do work with universities, but it is not even satisfactory level. It's like this, I may say, at the moment we have some interns that happens in each year. Mostly they are from, of course, University of Sri Jawaharlal from the Department of Physics. They come as interns, and this is the scenario. They come as intern, they stay like 1 or 3 months. They just enter some data and they leave, right? Some of the universities of like Moratua, when they are interested in some stuff, like, of course, I can give you a lot of research opportunities. Even today is a case study. Even yesterday is another case study, right? So the meteorology or the atmospheric science, you may call it whatever. It's a full of research opportunities that we still do not know. We are a tropical country, so people complain that when it comes to the mid-latitude countries, of course, those guys are forecasting, well, why you can't do this? Of course, we can't, right? I mean, not 100%, but most of the time, we are far behind the line. The reason is the atmosphere. I may use some technical stuff. So the atmosphere is always excited because of this. We are in equator, so it changed suddenly. That is why you get this point kind of around 100 millimeter rainfall, and the other point is 0. So still we don't know what are the triggering factors. That's the truth. I don't believe that. I personally do not believe that we can develop like next 10 years, maybe we will be forecasting such precision like this. I mean, we alone will never do that, right? So actually this opportunity, or of course it comes from your side as the university or the host organization. That's very nice. I mean, I really like it because some of the universities they teach meteorology, like for environmental subjects and stuff. Most of them are in geographical subjects, in art faculties, whatever. And I'm just surprised that like institute based on technology or the IT side interested in disaster risk reduction. That's very good, because few projects have been done with the University of Moratua, and they perform well. Like it's like this: they use the satellite data and estimate the water vapor content that is able to make the rainfall. So they did it. But again, I can come to the other point, the collaboration or the long-term collaboration, I may say. The project I mentioned was stopped because the guy who did that graduated and went out. So he no longer repair or update the program. So we actually, honestly speaking, I did physics, right? So I have no background in IT. These days I'm trying my hard to learn machine learning, because the trend, or the they say with the IPCC and ECMW, European Center for Medium Range Forecasting, their suggestion is to move to machine learning when it comes to climate forecasting, like short-term climates, monthly climate forecasting, got best results when it used dynamics and machine learning algorithms. So there's no one in our department who can do machine learning. Right? That's the truth. But we suggest this, of course, we ask the department to provide these capabilities. So they arrange some of the workshops and we are trying. The point is, of course, we will learn someday, but we have people who has these capabilities, right? That's you. The people who are from the universities. So you have a big room for especially the researchers, developments, and stuff. So I think your help would be great when it comes to the disaster situation. We'll be able to use your algorithms to forecast or to fine-tune the resolution, whatever, the locations, it depends with the situation. So we need to understand this. Then new technology is very fast identifying these facts. So I believe that we cannot go with conventional anymore. Of course, we need it. That's true. It's another scale. We call it synoptic scale. There are situations in synoptic scale, but nowadays, because of these climate changes, our people have identified that the rainfall of most of the stations have been increased recent 10 or 15 years. Increased, right? But the problem is the increased rainfall represent the 5% of total rainfall. I mean, 5% of the events. That means the increased rainfall is from extreme events. So when it comes to extreme events, of course we fail. That's true. I mean, you have heard of the situation in the Europe, right? The flood and stuff. With those sophisticated equipment, they are kind of they have a kind of a failed situation. Of course, it happens with these changes, with these sudden changes. We have to move fast with the weather or fast with the situation. So we are in Sri Lanka here. So just think about it. You have to do a lot, and we have to do a lot. Maybe we can do a better job.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Malita. I
Thank
think,
you.
yeah, with that conclusion, I believe, yes, there are opportunities for universities to collaborate with meteorology, disaster management, as well as other sectors in the country, as well as the private sector, like Dialogue or other service providers. But with that input, let me just give a one comment. If there is no other input from the panel, then we can open the floor to the discussion. Charit, if there is anything from your side, do you have anything, any final comments? So otherwise we can open the floor for the questions and answers. So I mean, yeah, Charit.
Yes, I would just add that, as I mentioned at the start, while DUNE is the longest standing collaboration, I'm very happy to say that when it comes to, particularly on the early detection, early warning side, we have been working with a lot of parties. And for example, we are working with foreign universities as well and industry bodies to come up with data that can also help with insurance. Because insurance is one of the most important mechanisms for resilience for the people who would be affected by this. So, I mean, I just jotted down quickly a list of the organizations we've been working with more recently, which includes Department of Fisheries, the Med, the NBRO, the universities of Ruhuna, Moratua, Peradeniya, and as I said, foreign universities as well. So, while it's not always natural to us, I think it's very important that all the different stakeholders understand that there is a basic interest in doing this, and it may take work, and there may be false starts or misunderstandings, but the ultimate goal is that everybody can work together, because the missing thing, I think, is any one party not always knowing what else is going on in the country and in the world that we really can be applying. And if we could only find out who to talk to and ask, that we could have great collaborations going. So I think that willingness to look up and look out and reach out to people is, I think, a very important thing we need to build.
Thank you, Charita. I think, yeah, that's a very valid point and a valuable point that we need to be focused in future. Well, with that final comment, is there anything else, Anuja, Professor Ranjit, or Mr. Malit? I can open the floor for the questions. I mean, there may be few burning questions for each of you. And please stay with us, Charita. There may be questions to you also, but let us open the floor for the comments or any observations or any questions that you might have in your thoughts. I mean, it can be directed as a general question, or anyone can in the panel can answer, or it can be a specific question. Thank you. Yeah, there are two. Let me take my foreign friend. First take that, yeah.
Okay.
And then Professor
Hi, good morning.
Nandalal is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for my dear speakers here. It's like this. I have a question here. Because just now we've been mainly discussing about the disaster. What I feel is like the natural disaster management. Because so I'm mainly talking about the climate-related kind of disaster management. But if I'm talking about the macro concept of disaster management, I think the social disaster is kind of part of it as well. And especially right now here in Sri Lanka, I think that we're facing like historically one of the most severe social disasters right now, which is like about the economic disaster. We're thinking about, since we've been working with the Sri Lanka government in the past couple of years, especially for the rural development, we've been doing a lot for the agriculture related kind of project here. And we've been also working with the World Food Program for the climate smart agriculture. So I'm thinking like, based on the Sri Lanka local scenario, this climate smart agriculture might be the mechanism that how we can combine the solutions for the natural disaster management with the social disaster management at this moment. Because as the President Gotabaya also said, like Sri Lanka should be, the agriculture is a pillar industry for Sri Lanka at this moment. So my question is like, for the climate smart agriculture sector or any kind of like climate or agriculture related disaster management or the industry, I mean, agriculture-related industry related to disaster management. So if any of your agencies have done any kind of like such kind of practical solutions or mechanisms which has been implemented towards this direction, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I know your good name and the institution, sir?
Yeah, okay. My name is Sloan, Liu Yang Sloan. I'm the Secretary General of New China Center for International Development.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think this question, which is climate smart agriculture and how it can continue. I mean, any good practices that DMC or Med Department that you can share with our brother? I believe there is smart agriculture program funded by United Nations in Malwatu and that region also. And I think DMC also can add something. Yes.
Thank you. For the smart agriculture, actually, for the smartness, what we need, right? Even for the agriculture, we need what is happening in future. I mean, forecasting data. So at the same time, in the agriculture sector, the last mile that the implementers, that the farmers, so all these information need to transfer into these farmers into the way that they can understand. So, I mean, meteorological department, irrigation department, Mahavali department, they are creating a lot of data. So then all these data, we are converting into the information and we are disseminating all these information to the farmer communities through the tools existing for these things. So under this particular, what that Rohan mentioned, so one program, I mean the smart agriculture under the Mahaveli Development Authority. So there's a projects going on for this smart agriculture. Under that, we are implementing a lot of activities. Even for the other sectors of the activities, I think Professor Veera Singh also can share. So, I mean, we are implementing number of activities. So not only now, even, I mean, under the Disaster Management Center with the support of UN also, we have implemented number of smart agriculture practices. Like, I mean, in the saline soil, how we convert that saline soil into the suitable soil for the paddy cultivation. Like that, we have done wonderful projects in Puttalama and some part of Kurunegala as well, right? So like that, we have done number of pilot projects for the enhancement of the smart agriculture. But the issue is, so we have not rolling out these things. Continuation is the problem. So under different projects, we are implementing, we are having best practices under the smart agriculture as well. But I mean, the continuation is the issue. So continuation is the issue because we are focusing only that project, that area, that people. We are not going to socialize. So, I mean, what we call that institutionalize these practices. So we are looking at a very short area and then based on the project, we are implementing it. I mean, we can have, I mean, number of smart agriculture practices under the disaster management, we have implemented all these things. Once we had the seed bank in Batiklo, right? I mean, the drought resistance crop varieties. So that is under one project, but it is not continuing, right? So through these things, we need to have these things. I mean, we are having this drought, flood, particularly the flood and all these things. We are having number of practices for the smart agriculture practices, but the issue is that, I mean, the continuation.
Thank you. Thank you, Anuj. I think you have a better answer. Is it? Yeah, thank you very much. Let me also come back. If Charita, if you are online, I believe you are already supporting the agricultural apps, especially dissemination of information. Is there anything that you can also add?
Yes, thanks. I actually raised my hand because this is an area where we have done a lot of work. I think Mrs. Anuja is absolutely right. I always tell people I am not a fan of pilot projects because one thing is they are designed to succeed. And if they are only designed for that purpose and they're not taken forward, they don't really help. These are national needs. These are things that need to go to 21 million people. So dialogue, see, this is one of those opportunities for the owners of the data and the processors to work with the people who have the reach to take this out immediately. First of all, it's very important for me to say that in no way am I saying the work we have done is perfect or is sophisticated, but we are trying with basically the art of the possible of what information and what technologies and what level of user sophistication is available. When you're trying to reach 21 million people, they don't have flagship smartphones, or nor do they know how to use them. So within those things, we have done a few things. First of all, of course, with the Department of Agriculture. And now we are in fact working with the entire alphabet soup of departments that deal with agriculture, where actually early on, soon after launch in 2015, when we had the heavy floods in some areas, later the brown plant hopper and other insect infestations, we worked with the department to quickly digitize some simple messages on preventive and responses also that they could undertake to recover their crops or to prevent the worst effects of those things. I have a great photograph. That's another story in itself, but showing when a farmer was able to follow a simple set of instructions to prevent the effects of that infestation. Then, since then, I mean, exactly as Anuja was saying, we again work with the Department of Agriculture, who and Hearty, the Hector Copacabana Agrarian Research and Technology Training Institute, who have the data which they've had for decades on at any given time the approximate planted acreage of a given crop. And that's wonderful. There are graphs and there are all kinds of things, but a farmer would never even bother engaging with such a thing to make a decision on what to plant. We pushed very hard with, at the time, the Prime Minister's Office and the Department of Agriculture, who were developing this, to have a very simple mechanism for the farmer to make the decision. Happy face, neutral face, unhappy face. Simple emoji. Farmer says, this is what I'm thinking of planting. And it looks at the lot of work that goes on and it says, okay, maybe you know what, try picking another crop. So we have to do things like this to take all this wonderful research information and make it accessible and actionable to the people who need to use it. The final one I will say is, and I think need to have a long conversation with my colleague from the Met. We're actually working with the Met, but also other institutions to be able to have a higher resolution of rainfall based on the infrastructure available to us, which has to be combined with so many other layers of data to help make decisions, payouts, and those kinds of things. So I'll stop there for now. I would add also the same thing, similar principle we're using in fisheries with dayboat fishermen. And I'm really proud to say that fishermen have come up to us and our staff and said, your service saved my life.
Yeah. Thank you, Charita. I think you have brought how the private sector can engage in dissemination and supporting building resilience and early warning systems in the country, and especially the dialogue has support the SECRA alert system along with the agricultural alert system. So that, yeah, is there anything else that Med Department also to say about? And let's take another question. Thank you. Very quick one, short.
About the smart agriculture, of course, when it comes to when it's a smart agriculture, in my mind, I think we just feed some links of forecast data and stuff, and the decision were made, and then things are done like that, right? But we at the moment do not supply that kind of a data flow or forecasting. It's just like but we do provide the forecast like the conventional way. We inform, as Ms. Tan just said, we inform the agricultural department, irrigation. So the typical way we provide the forecast, and then they aware the farmers, and those things happen like that. And in addition to that, I must say, there are lots of people, a list of people who phone us every day about asking the weather, let me say, onset of northeast monsoon, what is going to happen, is today going to be rain? I mean, most of them are farmers and fishermen. Of course, Mr. Charita mentioned about this fishermen's warning and stuff. Of course, that is very user-friendly, and people understand. Yeah. The fishermen understand. That's the main thing I find it important there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Thank you, Malita. I think that with that question, let me take one last question. Of course, we are running out of time because we started lately. But Professor Veerasinghe, yeah, for your.
And I think a very interesting has a constraint. be reduced because seed production is. Opinions came here. What we are trying to do is the strengthening university industry collaboration. Actually, I have started this project with actually the project European Union, where I think we have started industry collaboration. So it's lead to come to this one now today, which we are trying to talking about the strengthening university enterprise collaboration. Now from the discussion emerged that a lot of things that we need to do, but we are doing individually. So you can see that all individual, as Aranja say that, okay, universities come and do work. Then the researchers from the university, what is the role they have to come and do? Like people are the people who can have some ego or something, they come and do. But there is no institutional regulation, international policies, how to get that into. When it comes to the metallurgical department, if we need data, you have to pay for the data. Otherwise, they will say, okay, you come and write the data. So once I have to write all the data from this thing, I put about 5 students and write all this data where the data is available in the computers, but you have to pay for that. So when the metallurgical department thinks that if a university is doing a research, that is something individual research. So that in this country, everything is individualized. There is no policies, but policies are there in this country. As Anuja said, we have 1001 policies. There is no other country with so much of policies. But policy is not implementation. Policy is the not to implement policies. That is the policy of this country. So that is why we can see that from this discussion that I think we have the resources. We have 17 universities. We have people who like to do research, but there is no collaborative platform. There is no innovation platform. We call it innovation, but always we sometimes say invention, but you have to have the innovation. Innovation means you have to create the platform with all the society, universities, and all the private sector. So that is the important. So that thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Veera Singh. I think it's again the talk that which is never ending. I mean, we always say the things that we discuss and plan never implemented, but is implementing is always, but we never speak. That happens in the world. I mean, that's where that happens. That's how it works. So we need to understand this dilemma. So anyway, with that question, we will, because we have running out of time. Of course, I have to hand over the session, the platform to the next session. So let me just thank you in person from Ms. Anuja Senaviratna, Director, Mitigation, Research and Development, Disaster Management Center, Ministry of Disaster Management, and Malit Fernando, Meteorologist, Department of Meteorology, Ministry of Disaster Management, Professor Ranjit Disanayake, Senior Professor from University of Moratuwa, as well as the Secretary to the Rural, it's a long name. Hold on. State Ministry of Rural Roads and Other Infrastructure, as well as Charita, I'm not forgetting you. Thank you for joining virtually, and your inputs were very valuable, and from Dialogue Asiata. Thank you very much, and thanks for listening. And I hope you have certain takeaways from this discussion, and I hope it will continue. And thanks for University of Sri Javadam and also Professor Lasit Gunawardhan for inviting me and the panelists. Thank you very much. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for engaging us with an interesting discussion. I would like to now invite all of you to kindly accept this token of appreciation, which we have prepared for you. To do the honors, I would like to have Emeritus Professor Nanda Siriveera Singh, representing University of Ruhuna. And first, may I have Professor Ranjit Disanayake to accept this token of appreciation. And next, Mr. Malik Fernando. Ms. Anuja Senigratna. And our moderator, Mr. Rohan Kure. Thank you very much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to yes, and also not forgetting Mr. Charita Ratwate, who joined with us online, although we are not able to present it right now. We will be handing it over to you, delivering it to you in future. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Charita Ratwate, for staying with us, for joining with us virtually today. With that note, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to go for a quick 5 minutes break for tea. And on the other side, we will be joining with the presentation by Mr. Darren Lambroso, Technical Director at HR Wallingford, LT UK. So on the other side, we will meet you very soon after 5 minutes of tea break. Refreshments have already been served to you on the table. So if any of you are willing to go out to have tea, you can do so within 5 minutes. And since we are running out of time, we appreciate everyone's cooperation in this regard. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all right. And just click with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, a kind reminder for you to quickly come back to your seats as soon as possible, since we are running short of time and we need to commence the next event as soon as possible. So kindly requesting all of you to come back to your seats as soon as possible. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, We are all ready to start the next presentation. Can I please request for you to settle so that we can start with the next presentation? Thank you. And your cooperation is much appreciated. Thank you very much. We are ready to listen to the presentation by Mr. Darren Lombroso of HR Wallington Private Limited, UK. He's the technical director there, and he will be presenting on low and high-tech ways to increase communities' resilience to floods, lessons from Bangladesh, Cuba, and agent-based models. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. My name is Darren Lombroso. I work at a small independent research organisation called HR Wallingford in the UK, and I'm going to talk to you today about what I've called, maybe, I'm not sure totally correctly, low and high-tech solutions to increase community resilience to flooding. So I'm going to start in Bangladesh, and the reason for starting in Bangladesh is that a few years ago we were asked by the US Army Corps of Engineers about whether there are any lessons they could learn from low-income countries about how they could improve community resilience in the United States to coastal flooding. So in the United States, there's a large number of people at risk from coastal flooding, and they're often very poor communities living in not very resilient accommodation, so often in mobile homes. And also in some states in the United States, such as Georgia, there's a very, very low awareness about coastal flooding. People don't think it will flood. So they said, well, is there anything we can learn from other countries, low-income countries, which have been successful in increasing community resilience to flooding? So an obvious candidate was Bangladesh. So why Bangladesh? Well, as I'm sure most of you are aware, most of it's floodplain. It's regularly hit by cyclones. It's a very poor country if you look at it in terms of its gross domestic product per capita. But it has been successful. It has been successful in increasing community resilience to cyclones and coastal flooding. And that's borne out by the data. So if you look at this very simplistically at this graph here, so this graph shows you the decades on the x-axis going from the 1960s, we go right up to the 2010s. The red lines are the number of fatalities from cyclones, and the black dotted line is the increase in population. So in the early 1970s, there was a cyclone that killed about 500,000 people. 500,000 people died. So moving forward, even in the late 1980s, there were some very severe events. 150,000 people killed in the early 1990s. But moving forward, you can see those red lines drop. So in 2007, there was Cyclone Sid, still a terrible event. About 5,000 people died, but it was the same order of magnitude of event as the one that happened in 1971. But the number of fatalities was 2 orders of magnitude less. So what had happened? What had happened in Bangladesh to reduce those fatalities from cyclones and coastal flooding? Well, a number of things happened. This graph here, the red blotches on this, the red dots when cyclones happened, and the black text is measures that were introduced in Bangladesh. So there was this whole portfolio of measures introduced over 40 years. And I'll just pick out a few. I know you won't be able to read this, but I just picked out a few. So the first one was that in 1970, there was an agreement on constructing cyclone shelters. And then in 1972, there was this thing called the Cyclone Preparedness Program that was implemented by the Bangladesh Red Crescent. So that was one pivotal event after the 1970 cyclone. Another one was in 1991, when these cyclone shelters weren't particularly successful at first, and it was realized it was because they weren't being used on a day-to-day basis. So there was a program of what was called multi-purpose cyclone shelters implemented, and that was in conjunction mainly with the Ministry of Education. So these cyclone shelters are used primarily as primary schools, so they're used on a day-to-day basis. but in times of emergency, in times of tropical cyclones, they're used as shelters. And finally, as I said, in 2007, when the cyclone Sid hit, these cyclone shelters managed to accommodate 1.5 million people. So those are just a few of the measures out of the many on here that were done. So a huge portfolio of measures, which I'll just go through very quickly. So the cyclone shelters, multi-purpose cyclone shelters, which now have, some of them have facilities for livestock, separate accommodation for women. The Cyclone Preparedness Programme, which is a volunteer programme, now has over 50,000 people who help with early warnings, emergency response, emergency recovery. Improvements in the technical skill of the forecasts of cyclones, and also a lot of community awareness material to raise awareness amongst communities about how to react when there's coastal flooding and cyclones. So that's a very quick overview of Bangladesh. What about Cuba? So the US Army Corps of Engineers were interested in Cuba. It's right next to the US. And it's also a relatively poor country compared to the US, frequently hit by the same hurricanes that hit the US. And but one interesting fact is that if you look at the number of people at risk from tropical hurricanes in the US compared to Cuba, then you're more likely to be killed on a per capita basis by a hurricane in the US than you are in Cuba. Why is that? So just look at this map here. You can see Cuba's next to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, its nearest neighbors. And again, if you look at the human cost in terms of hurricanes and coastal flooding, again, this is a graph going from the 1960s up to the 2010s. The red line is Cuba, the number of fatalities in Cuba. The green line is the Dominican Republic, and the blue line is Haiti. So in the 1960s, it was about the same. Then it went down, and you can see Cuba is below its nearest neighbors in terms of fatalities from hurricanes. So again, why is that? What's happening in Cuba? What has happened in Cuba to make that reduction in fatalities from hurricanes, from tropical cyclones? Well, again, a number of measures. So again, the red blocks are the hurricanes, the black text are the measures that have been implemented over a period of about 40 years. The catalyst for this was a hurricane called Flora, which led to improvements, firstly in the National Meteorological Agency. Lots of investment there. Then in 1986, there was this mandatory 2-day exercise that all adults participate in Cuba. So how to prepare for hurricanes, where do you evacuate to, how do you respond? And then in 1999, the Institute of Meteorology had a very high, or has a very high accuracy in its prediction of hurricanes, 90% accuracy. So these are just, again, a few of this portfolio of measures that was introduced over a 40-year period in Cuba. So it wasn't just one measure. So as I said, they have these exercises every year. So people know how to react from the very youngest to the very oldest. Very good, very well organized evacuations. Trusted communicators. So this guy here is the chief meteorologist. He became a bit of a celebrity in Cuba. He's very trusted. He presents the hurricane forecasts. And education. So there's education at all levels. Disaster risk reduction is woven in to education in Cuba, right from the primary school level, right up to university. So what can be learned from this? So this might be very obvious. Building trust, you need to have trusted sources for warnings. So they can be community organizations, faith-based organizations, such as mosques and churches. And you need to have community engagement to make these things work with emergency management organizations. Education is also important, education at all levels. So you need to mainstream disaster risk reduction into all levels of education, so that right from the very youngest, people know how to respond, when to respond, what to do. And communication. So again, going back to trusted sources, lots of different types of messages. You need different messages for different stakeholder groups. And another thing I put on this is which I think is sometimes often missed by people, is understanding what different stakeholders understand. Different groups of stakeholders take different things from different warning messages, for example. And it's important that emergency managers and disaster risk reduction professionals understand that and try to understand what different stakeholder groups understand from the messages that they're giving out. And that, again, I think that's been done very successfully in Cuba and Bangladesh. So moving on to something, this is that was a low tech, maybe sort of a bit of a misnomer, but that was the low tech. Moving on to the high tech end of things, I thought I'd talk a bit about agent-based modeling, which is something that we've done quite a lot of research in at HR Wallingford. And firstly, what is an agent-based model? So an agent-based model is it's a type of computer model where each agent is autonomous. It's an individual. So it could be a person, it could be a car, it could be an animal. And it's to build up a whole picture of a system. So you get what's called the emergent behavior. So I've got two examples here. So the one on the left is looking at an agent-based model of traffic, where the agents there are the cars. And that is an example from Germany, where an agent-based model was used to try and improve the flow, particularly for cyclists at traffic junctions. The one on the right, which is very pertinent in the last 2 years, is agent-based models are often used to look at the spread of diseases. So how does this work in the context of increasing community resilience to flooding? Well, you can use an agent-based model for floods to predict the number of fatalities, evacuation times, the number of buildings that get destroyed, and how the number of fatalities is affected by a number of things, like road closures, where you put safe havens, where you put refuges, how well you disseminate warnings. And the results not only help you improve your risk management, so your flood risk management, but they can also help you improve your emergency plans with the overall goal of reducing loss of life for future events. So I'm going to give you two examples. So one is sort of close to home from the UK. So this is a place called Canvey Island. So this is about 60 kilometers to the west of London. It's in the River Thames. And it's not very wide. It's about probably 20 kilometers across. It's quite densely populated. There's about 38,000 people live there, but it's below sea level. And a lot of the buildings on it are quite vulnerable. There's a lot of people who live in accommodation like this. This is prefabricated houses with just one floor. And this island is surrounded by flood defences, but if the flood defences fail, then the level of water is about like that. So there's nowhere really to escape if you live in one of these houses. So how does an agent-based model help here? Well, if we can play the animation, please. So this is an example of an agent-based model we set up. This is a flood that happened in 1953 in Canvey Island. Each of those dots represents a person. The yellow dots are people evacuating. You can see the water coming in from the blue is the water coming in where the flood defense is breached in 1953. And you can get a picture of how people react in this flood. So the red dots are where there were fatalities. So this is a recreation of the event that happened, as I said, in 1953. It was part of what's called the Great North Sea Flood, which killed about 300 people in the UK and several thousand people in continental Europe. And people often ask, well, why do this? Why recreate this thing? It's quite morbid, but you can do this because you can see how you can reduce the fatalities. What could you do to reduce the fatalities? And we've come up with some ideas as how you could reduce the fatalities in this event. So if this event happened again, so at this time there was only 15,000 people living in the island. There's now 38,000. How could you reduce those fatalities? You can use these type of models to look at how improved warnings, improved safe havens can do that. Another example, which happened more recently, is the Brumadinho tailings dam failure in Brazil, which happened just over 3 years ago. So this was a tailings dam. So it's a dam that stores mine waste. It was about 80 meters high. And those photos on the left of the slide They're stills from a YouTube video. This thing failed in 30 seconds, releasing 10 million cubic meters of mining waste downstream. It killed about 300 people, and it polluted hundreds of kilometers of river. That's just an overview shot of the area that the mud flow inundated. And again, if we can play the animation, you can see this is the mud flow, and you can see again the dots are the people, the yellow dots are the people evacuating, the red dots are where there are fatalities. And again, you can use this to see if the warnings have been different, if the refugees had been in different places, if people had known how to react, could you have reduced the fatalities? And the answer is often in these cases, yes. Even with very short warning times, sometimes a matter of minutes, if people know how to react, you can really reduce, often significantly, the number of fatalities. And one thing I'm often asked is about, can you know, how accurate are these answers? There's massive uncertainty in these answers. So what one is looking for is, if you're making a significant difference in the number of fatalities by introducing a mitigation measure, then there's a good chance it will work. So when I talk about significant, I'm talking about an order of magnitude reduction in the fatalities. So that's it really. I've gone through this very, very quickly. I put up here, it's a bit of self-publicity, but if you're interested in any of these things that I've talked about, there's 3 papers here, all of which are open access. So the first one there, the one on enhancing resilience to coastal flooding from severe storms in the US, that's really about the lessons that can be learned from Bangladesh and Cuba and how they could be transferred to the US. The second paper, the use of the agent-based model and Monte Carlo analysis, that's more details about the Canvey Island case study. And then the more recent one, the modeling of the Brumadinho dam failure, that's about the how you can, well, how the loss of life in that particular case could have been reduced. And just one more thing before I end. The model I'm talking about is called the life safety model. It's been produced over a number of years of research, about 15 years. I know we were talking about today about moving research into practice. It is freely available. It's a piece of freeware. So you can go to this website, download it for free. I have to admit it's unsupported, but there are support documents. There is a user manual, technical manual. There are some example data sets. And also on this site, there's a link to a number of publications, some of the publications I've mentioned and others of work where this has been used in various case studies around the world. And that's it. Thanks very much. Yeah, I'll take the odd question if you've got, because we've got to dash off, unfortunately. So if there's any questions, then I'll do my best to answer them.
Hello. Hi, thank you, Professor. My question is like this. Have you done this kind of implementation here in Sri Lanka? Do you have any kind of case study here in Sri Lanka?
No, we haven't. No. I mean, where we've done case studies, in Japan, Malaysia, Brazil, the US, France, Italy, a few other countries. I mean, where we've done case studies has been driven by 2 things primarily, and Australia. It's where there's emergency planners who want to have an answer, or where we have a research project. So that's what's driven where the model has been employed, really. And also the UK, where we've done emergency management studies, where we haven't done. So if anyone's got a research study that they're interested in doing, then you can go to the website and you can download the model. But no, we haven't done anything in Sri Lanka today. But I should say, you know, I know that Sri Lanka was very badly hit by the tsunami. It has been used in Canada, this model, to look at tsunami response, because certainly on the west coast of Canada, there is a probability of tsunamis occurring and you don't get much warning time, and it isn't obvious often where to evacuate to.
Okay, how about your case here in Bangladesh? So you're like involved in a specific project there. So that's the reason you have done that? In what, for the life safety model, or the Bangladesh work came about, that was funded by the US Army Corps of Engineers, and we worked with some colleagues in Bangladesh.
And as I said, it was really, that was more what policies worked in Bangladesh and how, what possible lessons in terms of policy could be applied in the US.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I have a question on the kind of the application that you're talking about, the model. Now, in the studies you have done, like the Bangladesh, the Cuba, you have some observations that people have improved the resilience. And then when you do the modeling, was there any link between those two? I mean, kind of whether the that type of prediction can be done by the modeling that you did, or is there any link?
There is in a certain respect. They're different levels, as I mentioned. The Cuba and Bangladesh were more policy, so it was very broad levels and very macro levels in terms of those statistics of fatalities, their national level. But there are some lessons that can be applied to the modeling, to the agent-based model. So things like, if you improve warnings, how do people react? And you can do that, use that in the model. If you improve things like, for example, from the Bangladesh example, you've got cyclone shelters. If you improve refuges and make them more resistant to flooding, how does that reduce loss of life? If you improve evacuation routes, how can that reduce loss of life? So there is a link, but there wasn't a direct link in the examples that I presented, but I think there is a link. Yes, definitely.
Okay, so that means like the behavior of the people after the improvements maybe can be incorporated in the model. I mean,
yes.
When you give the behavior for the people.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I have no question. I just wanted to make sure that also let us know your presence in Sri Lanka. I know you were being invited by Ministry of Health to do something different. So just give a note on that also, because people will understand who you are. Or Gina? Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about the dengue project. Yeah, so the main reason Darren and I are here in Sri Lanka is because we're working with the Ministry of Health to develop an early warning system for dengue fever forecasting. We're using satellite data and weather forecasts to develop this system, and doing also some water availability forecasting in parallel. And yeah, there is actually a dengue conference going on today and tomorrow, and we're running a couple of workshops next week with the Ministry of Health. So yeah, that's the other hat of Darren, I guess, today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darren Lambroso, Technical Director from HR Wallingford Limited UK, for joining with us today and for sharing with us some very interesting insights from your learnings. I believe it's what is important is that through these platforms, such learnings and the experiences that we share can be related to our own context, and we can get a learning to ourselves on how we can further develop them or apply them in our context going forward to develop better resilient measures in our communities as well. But before letting you go, let me commend you with a small token of appreciation. Please step forward, and to do the honors, may I have Professor Champa Navaratna from University of Ruhuna. Thank you very much once again for your valuable time, for both of you, for taking time to join with us today. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move on to our second presentation, delivered by Mr. Liu Yang Sloan, Secretary General and Chief Researcher Neo-China Center of International Development. He will be presenting on effective network building towards successful university enterprise collaborations. Over to you.
Can you make the full page, please? Yeah, okay. Hello. Hi, good morning. And then it's so great to be here the second day. And then it's really my honor and to be standing here finally to give my speech in front of all those my seniors here. And so my topic here is youth-centered UEC practice in developing countries. Of course, that we're going to use Sri Lanka as a model country and to describe how we're going to make this kind of youth-centered mechanism to be happening here. Because we believe that, starting with the first one. Sorry. So this is our main mentality, to echo this speech, that youth should be always the pillar to achieve the ultimate success of any UEC programs. And so, because today basically we're talking about the UEC programs, but the youth will be the people who will be always there at the front line to do the execution and deliver whatever actions. And they will be the best, they will be the biggest beneficiary for whatever UEC programs end of the day as well. So that is why we want to highlight youth should be always a pillar. Okay, so a little bit background. The entire world is facing the multi-dimensional challenges caused by the pandemic, as well as that just happened recently, the special military operation of Russia. And then which definitely will be lots of consequences, which we are not so sure, uncertain, but definitely will be happening in the coming future. So based on this kind of situation, we take Sri Lanka as an example. Just in the previous couple of days, like the sudden change of the Sri Lanka rupees and the inflation happening one night has already caused lots of problems, like the change of the price of the essentials, and then which have caused like a lot of unstable factors for the society as well. So as I mentioned just now, we're talking about the disaster management. Instead of the natural disasters, not only for the natural disasters, social disaster is another very important factor when we are going to consider about the disaster management of resilient communities. So based on this kind of background, and the similar kind of scenarios is only happening here in Sri Lanka. Many other developing countries are facing the similar kind of problems as well. So in this kind of situation, we believe that the symposium, SECRA Symposium, which is happening here right now, what we want to do is like, we are not only going to bring some like new possibilities for the use of Sri Lanka here, but instead of that, we can make Sri Lanka as the model country to deliver and duplicate such kind of youth-centered mechanism and to build up like to build up the society better under the current challenges and crises. Okay, so and from our side, we believe that there are 4 keywords when we're talking about the youth-centered UEC program. The first one, the first one should be passion. Youth, because everyone here, like we've been passing through the youth stage, and I think, okay, it's just a matter of age, like even we're still in the youth stage right now. But the first keyword we're talking about passion is like the youth is the most energetic period of life, like in your life. So you have to be passionate. You have really feeling high where you want to do something, like we're talking about UEC programs. The first attribute from our standing is like, you have to keep the youth will be passionate about it. That is the first impression. You are going to trigger their curiosity all along the way. So the passion should be the triggering point. The second one is motion. Once your passion will be triggered, so how can you have this kind of emotional linkage with what you are going to do? So that this will be the continuous sustainable support for your full-time or your full energy personal involvement along with the procedures. So that is why we call the second keyword should be the emotion. The third one, imagination. Imagination means like, while what I'm doing here today will bring me lots of imagination for the future. Means like, even though today I'm doing some like very basic stuff, but the way forward can give me a grand vision, which
like can stir up my imagination that keep myself like being passionate and emotional all the time. So imagination is like the futuristic power which can keep the youth going. The last one is a professionalism, because the first three words is kind of like personal, those kind of subjective or like emotional kind of descriptions. But once you eventually started something, once you eventually enter something, every single detail, you have to use your professional attitude, you have to use your professional knowledge and to make it happen and to try to optimize every single detail during the procedures. So those are the 4 keywords when we're talking about the youth-centered UEC program. And for our case study, I'm going to share the case study like what I've been doing here and what will be coming in the future. We'll be focusing on these 4 words. Those 4 words will be our pillar as well. Okay, so I'm here representing 2 entities, New China Center for International Development, as well as this, actually it's a preparatory committee for organization on developing countries revitalization. New China, we have come to Sri Lanka in the year of 2014, along with the Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Sri Lanka in September 2014. So my personal, I came here, I have been here in Sri Lanka since 2014, but not continuously, like always coming back and forth. But before the coronavirus, I have come back and forth to Sri Lanka almost like 22 times. 22 times. I counted my visa on the passport. And then, but after coronavirus, that is since the beginning of February 2020, I was coming from Qatar. And once, like right after landing here, and it's bursting the pandemic. So I've been staying here in the past 2 years and 1 month already. So luckily for this kind of like continuous staying here, we'll be able to work lots of things in details with the stakeholders here in Sri Lanka. So I'll explain you later in my presentation. And then for this order, but yes, to be true, if you found the name, you can tell that New China is something China related. That is true. That is our main focus, to come over here to have New China here as well, to make Sri Lanka as a model country, how developing countries will be able to develop this kind of China-related cooperation with China, but through practical approaches. But after so many years working here, especially in the past 2 years, which I have been continuously working here, and by facing and by witnessing what is happening, and what kind of pressures is coming to all the different countries after the pandemic. So we think that instead of like only China related, China should be those kind of the basic infrastructure which will be able to provide a platform for the developing countries to provide a basic mechanism so that the developing countries will be able to be more inclusive, to develop more inclusive cooperative mechanisms with the other, like those kind of supportive powers, like from EU, from USA, like from Australia, Japan, all those kind of, those supportive powers. So that is why this January, during the Chinese foreign minister's visit, Wang Yi, during his visit to Sri Lanka here, so jointly with the Presidential Secretary of Sri Lanka, we have proposed that we want to develop this organization on developing countries revitalization here in Sri Lanka through the joint efforts with some other like those kind of powers here. So that is the background of New China and Order. So Order right now is not formally formed, is still in the preparatory stage. Okay, so based on New China, we have done a lot of those kind of support for Sri Lanka youth, before the coronavirus, every year was providing some scholarship for Sri Lanka young people to go to China to do different kind of projects. So this is one of the projects we have been doing with Sejapuna University by the end of 2019. And so we have selected some of the students and sent them to study and stay there in China for almost 1 month, but specialized for the rural development kind of activities. This is one of the scenarios. They are studying some like the tea making procedures in the vocational schools there in China, as well as some of those kind of like, it's in China, tea is a very huge, not only an industry, it's part of Chinese culture. So we have them experiences about all those kind of the tea cultures as well, because we want them to bring it back to Sri Lanka to combine it with the tourism industry, as well as those kind of more value added tea products as well. Okay, those are some like reports, some media exposures of our previous efforts. Like that is Mr. Yang Jie, when he like the #1 in charge of the foreign relations in China. He visited Sri Lanka in October 2020. And this is like President Xi Jinping and President Gotabaya. They had a phone conversation in March 2021. So right after that, we have jointly written this article with the Presidential Media Office, and to focus on the rural development cooperation between Sri Lanka and China. So this was last year as well, in August last year. So that is initially we have initiated the possibility of combining the rural development, sustainable development with the cutting edge digital economic solutions. Okay, so this is a report I mentioned to you. Like in January this year, Foreign Minister Wang Yi came to visit Sri Lanka. So during his visit, we have proposed, New China has proposed the development, the development of order here in Sri Lanka. Okay, so when it comes to the ground actions, what we have done here in Sri Lanka, how we have done that. First of all, it's like we have been working with different kind of Sri Lanka government entities to try to integrate the data, because the data is really important. But what I've noticed that actually different kind of government agencies, they have their own different kind of data structure. It is not there, actually, it is all there. The problem is like, we should have the mechanism to integrate all those kind of data under one platform. So that is what we have done in the past 2 years. And so first of all, it's like this first GIS database, which has been covered all the 14,000 villages, the GN of Sri Lanka. So right now what we have is like starting from all the 14,000 GN, and up on top of that is the divisional secretariat, about 320. On top of that is 25 districts. On top of that is 9 provinces. All these kind of places already have the GIS system. That is the GIS database, but that is based on your previous efforts. We have just integrated them under one roof. Based on that, it makes our things much more easier while we're going to do the ground actions. So we take Hambantota as an example. And then, so this is what we have been doing there in Hambantota. We have been provided, based on our understanding about the agriculture, the farmland, and all those kind of situation there. So we have been working with the National Youth Service Council and to provide those kind of required, needed agricultural equipment, mini harvester, all those kind of power tinners, irrigation system, and different kind of stuff. So we have provided this kind of equipment and combined with the youth training center there to do the training for the youth so that they will be able to do the delivery for the farmers and all to work with the farmers as well, like that. And this is also in Hambantota. So you have seen like we have lots of young people to be involved. Those are not the university students. Those are students from the vocational training center. But we have the university young people to be involved, to be giving those kind of guidances, because they can, like, you know, knowledge-wise or communication-wise, they are a little bit more efficient as compared to the vocational education level students. So again, and also we developed those kind of smart farm there, and in the youth farming Hambantota. This is in Anuradhapla, and I try to pronounce the name every time. I really did my best. Anuradhapla in the North Central Province, which is like the spiritual center of Sri Lanka. So here we have been working with the Ministry of Samudi to develop the rural industries. For example, the upper one is the hardware manufacturing, like the hardware factory. So, and the latter part is now we are doing a lot of efforts to develop the ornament fish industry there in Anuradhapla, specialized with the koi fish. And as well as that is the lily flower pond. So we have converted some of those kind of land, the abandoned farmland, into the lily flower, the cultivation area, so that because there are lots of people go there to do the worship. And then that is why, so we have developed this industry for the local rural community for that. And as well as this is for some like local creative art, the handicraft with the local women communities. Okay, so at this point, maybe you'll be thinking like, we are like just the normal, maybe some other NGOs or those kind of like Ministry of Samudi who have been doing such kind of rural development industries in past decades. Yes, that is the basic. So we have done the GIS mapping. Based on this kind of GIS database, we have developed this kind of rural industries in different parts of the country. But that is just the beginning, because that is not a game changer. We have to change, we have to upgrade this mechanism into a new dimension. So based on that, what we have done is we have combined all those kind of ground actions, these kind of rural industries with the digital economic solutions. Okay, sorry. Okay, so here's a little bit background. Last week, on 9th of March 2020, US President Joe Biden has issued an executive order on ensuring responsible development of digital assets. And he has highlighted that the US has an interest in ensuring that it remains at the front foot of responsible development and design of digital assets, and particularly in setting up the standards. So, because we know that the digital asset right now, in terms of, like, especially in the financial and in the economic development, digital asset is a very hot topic. So everyone's talking about, and everyone, especially in the developing countries, that is where how the new opportunities will be coming out, the financial opportunities, the investment opportunities. But for the developing countries, especially for a country like Sri Lanka, where agriculture is a pillar industry, like how can we combine, such a grassroots scenario with such a cutting edge trend, which is happening? So actually if there's a breaking through that we can link, and then maybe that might be the most efficient manner that for Sri Lanka, for a country like Sri Lanka, like for the grassroots people to get the direct investment from the international market, if we can create this kind of combination and linkage. So that is actually what we're doing here in Sri Lanka. And because in this year, 2020, along with Joe Biden's executive order, all the developing, like those economic superpowers, like China, all the EU countries, like Australia, Japan, everyone is trying to define what will be the operational mechanism for the digital assets. So for developing country like Sri Lanka, actually since the standards is still in the process of like formulation, it is not finalized yet. If Sri Lanka or some other developing countries will be able to grasp this window case, this is a window period, and to be part of this standard, to be part of this standard definition procedures, and then we'll be able to change the traditional destiny of developing countries. Like you can only be a passive funnel earth for all the rules and the standards which have been developed by the developing countries. Means like you can only choose to funnel. So this is the standard. You have to funnel. You have to listen. So in this way, you'll be losing lots of opportunities. So that is why we've been emphasizing so many times that this year is a very important year. If we can do this kind of combination of the traditional industry to what is coming, the digital assets era. Okay, so this is a mechanism which we have developed here. We call it the order blockchain. Yes, it's a blockchain technology. The basic infrastructure is the blockchain technology. We have developed the blockchain technology to integrate those rural industries as well as the rural people and to make them under one framework. So, and we are going to highlight this description, which is called real economy backed digital assets, REDA. Yes, right now, most of the digital assets, when we're talking about digital assets have different kind of descriptions, definitions for that. But when we are talking about digital assets, still majority of the people that are talking about the cryptocurrencies, like the Bitcoin, like the Ethereum, like the stable coins like that. But those kind of coins, if you check this kind of the basic algorithm, it is all calculation or algorithm oriented. That is why we call them altcoin. They're not like the US dollars, for example, like before 1970s. All why US dollars can become this kind of number one currency in the world is because they are backed with gold. So they're the solid asset, the solid economy, the solid value, which is backed with that. But for the current digital assets or crypto coins, they are away from those kind of real economy. So that is opportunity for countries like Sri Lanka or other developing countries where agriculture is the pillar industry. Because when we're talking about agriculture, the land, the output, the resources, the people, everything happening on that area. Those are what we call the real economy. Those are actually the real values. So if we can create a kind of combination, the linkage between those kind of real value, the real economy with the digital economic like phenomena, so that is where how the game-changing scenario will be happening. So that is what we are trying our very best to do it, to make Sri Lanka the first pioneer and model country to make that kind of combination happen here through the order blockchain. Okay, so for the order blockchain ecosystem, we have 5 layers. The basic one is what we call the order block. So that is why we have developed this GIS-based database to cover the island-wide. And on top of that, there are the 5 data structures. The first one is the crop, second one is livestock, the third one is aquaculture and fisheries, the fourth one is minerals, and the fifth one is the long farm activities. So all those kind of manufacturing, all those kind of stuff, that is under the long farm activities. So if you take all the 5 categories, basically they have actually included all those kind of economic activities which will be happening in the rural or the semi-urban areas, not only in Sri Lanka, all over the world. So this is actually a universal mechanism which will be able to be incubated here in Sri Lanka, but which will be able to be extended to other developing countries. So that is why we call Sri Lanka the model country for order here. So, and then we have tried to use some like more vivid picture to explain. So here, through the order blockchain, we are going to create what we call the community of shared interests. So all the stakeholders which will be involved into this community, they actually have those kind of shared interests. The investors, the local government, the local people, the local youth, they are actually under one community of shared interest. And once this kind of community of shared interest will be formed, they are able to generate economic incomes from 2 channels. The first one is a traditional economic return, what we call like the fiat money, where it's like the US dollars, means like you can have the direct investments, the fund, like whether it's like US dollars, euro, Chinese RMB or whatever. So that is what we call the traditional economic return. But on top of that, we're going to have the digital economic return. So this is based on what we have developed. Once this combined mechanism with the real economy, with the digital asset, and once we have this kind of combined power mechanism to be developed, they will be able to generate like the immediate income from the digital economic return and through the blockchain technology. I'm not going to, because today is not a technical forum, so I'm not going to expand too much about our like the basic infrastructure, how we have developed that. But I can explain to you that we are developing our basic blockchain is called the Hyperledger platform. We're not using the Bitcoin one, which is like the purely open, this kind of the blockchain technology. We are using the we're using those kind of, you can understand, the semi-open blockchain technology. So we have some like central authorization. And then, but of course, we also have those kind of freedom for those kind of flexible nodes to be integrated. Anyway, so we'll be finding another time to explain more details about our technical infrastructure for that. But today, I'll be mainly focusing on those kind of applications. So based on that, and then for the use, now I'll come back to the use again. How the use can be involved and as the fundamental data collector, as a fundamental interface for this order blockchain mechanism. So we have what we call the order captain. Order captain are the youth who be working on the front line and to collect those kind of data. But the data we're talking about, the ground data, those are now the satellite data. Initially we have done the GIS based one, this kind of satellite data, but that is a very macro data, and it's not timely, it's not live, it's not updated all the time. So we will need the order captain, the youth, to be working on the front line to collect those kind of timely data, the micro data. And then, so they will be riding the bicycles. This bicycles basically like you can find anywhere. And I think most of the people, they know how to ride bicycles. So they'll be riding the bicycles in different parts of the rural site and to collect those kind of data and then integrate upload those kind of data into our blockchain and to optimize the order platform. And in order to make it more interactive and more attractive for the youth, we have developed it. Actually, it's like a sandbox-oriented interactive game. So we are going to integrate all those kind of real map and the real industries and real scenarios into this game environment, so that the youth, so what there will be some youth who will be riding the bicycles in different parts of the rural site, and there will be some other youth like who will be working from the internet. Maybe they're not going, because not everyone can do the bicycle riding everywhere every day. So we'll be having another cluster of youth who will be working from the internet and on behalf of the investors to do the management update of those kind of rural industries. So this is like, this is in the procedure of the game platform, the interactive game platform is the procedure of development. So this is the order captain. And then we'll be having different kind of scenarios for him to enter, to follow up. So for example, the first one, the crops, we have taken this one. We have taken Arua Dapla district as an example. So for example, that is a stupa there in Arua Dapla. So those are the paddy farms. Those are some of those kind of different kind of vegetable farms. So that is under the first category, crop. And the livestock, so we have the dairy here, some cattle, as well as the poultry farms. So those kind of places will be integrated into the second category. Aquaculture and fisheries. So those are the pictures I have already shared, like ornament fish, koi fish, and this the lily pond aquaculture farms here. So those kinds, they will be digitalized into the game platform as well as they will be integrated into the third layer of the blockchain. Okay, and then after that is minerals and non-farm activities. Minerals here in Sri Lanka is mainly for the GM farms. So we'll be integrating those kind of GM farms from Ratrapuna into this blockchain, and then some other non-farm like manufacturing, this kind of industries into this the fifth layer. Okay, so this is what we have been working together with Ministry of Samudi for each of those kind of major rural industries, like the paddy, like the coconut, like the kitu. So we have been doing the mapping in different parts of the country. So those industries will be integrated under specific what we call the smart order. Smart order is type of NFT token. It's not a Bitcoin, it's NFT token, it's non-fungible token. So that is what we call the real economy backed digital assets. And then, so also the poultry, the dairy, the honey beans, and all the industries in different parts of the country have been integrated. And then the koi fish, as well as the shrimp. So different industries, they have different, those kind of like, they can be tokenized under different kind of digital assets. And once you have all those kind of like smart order for different kind of industries, they will be integrated under one roof, which we'll call the stable order. So each of the different developing countries, they will be having their own stable order. So the stable order will be able to be exchanged and traded into those kind of digital exchange market. So we have Sri Lanka one. Sri Lanka will be the pioneer one. We're also supporting India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, China, etc., etc. So this is what will be like. I'll be going to Pakistan very soon, maybe end of this month, because we are so we have already proposed the Pakistan, Afghanistan order corridor, along with this Gandhana, this Buddhist culture corridor, along with this kind of Buddhist sites and the rural site development for there. And so in Pakistan, we'll be focusing, at this moment, we're going to make Bamiyan at the pioneer region for this one. Because Bamiyan, they have those kind of cultural linkage with Sri Lanka. And Bamiyan is the most important agricultural region of Afghanistan at this moment. Because they are producing 70% of potatoes there in Afghanistan. So Bamiyan will be the main region for us to start. And also we have done this kind of mapping there for all the like agricultural farmland, the crops farmland there in Bamiyan. And also we have this, the local ladies, like the females, they will be, because we have some like girls bikers there. And so they will be the order captain to do those kind of data collection on the site. And we're discussing with Taiwan and try to help them to build some like more inclusive image for the world as well. So, and also there's a Bamiyan University. So we try to integrate this Order Institute of Technology into this Bamiyan University, so that more youth will be empowered and to be involved into this kind of mechanism. So those are some photos of the Bamiyan University. Bamiyan University is actually supported by New Zealand government in the past 10 years. So now we are trying to like do those kind of continue to do the empowerment there. Okay, and then so, and also since we're talking about orders for all the different countries, so we have developed this order system to cover the entire developing countries regions under all the continents. Altogether, we have about 150 developing countries, which will be covered with this kind of mechanism. But still, again, with Sri Lanka at the pioneer and model country. And not only that, we are also discussing with some like satellite, this kind of commercial satellite companies, and to develop those kind of specialized satellite order satellite for the smart agriculture, for the mechanism which we've been doing there. So this is like, so last one. So I just want to recall about these 4 keywords which you have been like sharing at the beginning. So sorry, I really apologize because of the time limitation. I'm not able today to expand lots of topics and lots of details, but I believe that today will be the good, like a really precious start to share what we are planning to do here and what kind of revolutionary change we can bring to Sri Lanka and make more Sri Lanka youth to be the game changer for this country and for their own lives. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, yeah. Yes. Yeah, because I know the time is quite limited. So anyway, so yeah, I would like to take this precious opportunity to have some like Q&A interactions for if you have any kind of questions for that. Yes, please.
Thank you for the very insightful session. My question is that you talked about youth a lot and that youth is a very fundamental part of the entire program. But my personal observation is that there is a shift in the Sri Lankan youth where they are not exactly focusing on agriculture, but rather going to other industries.
Sure.
So how do you tackle that? Do you have any insights on that?
Yes, good question. So that is why we've been starting with the Biden's executive order for digital assets. Yes, you may not be interested about agriculture, whatever farming at all, but most of Sri Lanka youth or any youth from the different countries, if you're speaking today, the new trend of digital assets, the crypto like that, the blockchain like that. So everyone will be very hyper because they know that might be the shortcut for them to earn to increase their personal earnings very much quickly. So that is why we actually enter from this point. Instead of telling you, okay, we're doing the smart agriculture, you have to go to a farmland, agriculture mechanism like that, we actually highlight, we are actually able to develop a new mechanism for the digital assets development. Because I mentioned that this year will be the opening year for all the economic superpowers to define the standards and regulations for the digital assets. Here in Sri Lanka or any other developing countries, if we are able to develop this kind of combined mechanism, which is the real economy with the digital assets, and then you will make a change, you will be part of the regulation definer instead of follower. You'll be part of the people who can define how this entire mechanism ecosystem will be working. So this is actually a historic and revolutionary moment. And this moment we call the window game. This window period, this one and only, because I'm pretty much sure after this year, all the regulation standards will be settled. And then, so my speech today, as what I've explained to you today, will be like much less power if the regulations and standards has been already like settled. So answer your question like that. So for the young people, if they can be part of the regulations and standards, like they will be part of those the members or the pioneers to define the historic development of the digital assets. So that they will make, this will be the golden chance, there will be the golden opportunity for them to make the change for their lives. So I'm pretty much, this will be like the common understanding for all the youth. If once we have achieved this kind of understanding, I will tell them, okay, so in order to achieve that, you need to combine the real economy with the digital assets, which this part is quite missing. Because if you check all the documents in United States, in UK, no one's talking about that. Because no one, because right now, all the people who are playing the digital asset period, they are coming from either the financial background or the IT background. They don't have this kind of experiences, the practices, the practical experiences from the ground, from the vegetable, from the crop, from all those kind of stuff. But that part, as I mentioned earlier, that is how we see is, remember, like the appearance, the occurrence, the happening of the currencies, they are starting by the exchange, because that the exchange of the sort of values, you have the equal value to exchange. So that is the original birth, that is the original meaning of the currency. So we are actually in digital, even though it's a digital currency or digital assets, whatever, but it is the original meaning, the original value should have to be kept. So that is, I think that is my cutting point. Like, so for the young people, if you can be one of the pioneers who can grasp this kind of opportunity, and then your life will be changed. Of course, like in realistic, like you'll be having like more efficient economic return for your personal career development. So that is my, so after that, we'll be explaining about like how this kind of real economy and through the agriculture, smart agriculture, this kind of industries can be integrated. Yes, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu Sloan, for joining with us today and sharing a very passionate topic personally for you too, with a new demographic, I would say, and for shedding a new perspective on that. So for that, we thank you once again, and please step forward to receive a small token of appreciation that we have prepared for you. And once again, I would like to call upon Professor Champa Navaratna from University of Ruhuna to do the honors. Thank you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to move on to the last presentation before we break for lunch today, delivered by Professor Richard Haig and Dr. Kinkini Hemachandra from the Global Disaster Resilience Center from University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. Over to you.
Well, good afternoon, and firstly, thank you for the team here inviting me to contribute to your symposium. And I'm delighted that we've finally been able to meet again. I mean, I last visited Sri Lanka in December 2019, and of course, at that time I was used to visiting Sri Lanka 2 or 3 times per year. And I didn't envisage that it would be so long before I had a chance to see you all again. So it's a particular pleasure to be back here today. So what I wanted to do was just to give you a brief overview of the work of the Global Disaster Resilience Center at the University of Huddersfield, especially in terms of collaboration and why collaboration has been so important to us as a research center. And of course, many of you here we've actually worked with already for many years. And I think back that 2006, I started working with the University of Ruhuna. And I think probably about 2008, 2009, the University of Peradeniya. And of course, more recently, we've been working with Jayawardena, which is great as well. So it's fantastic that you're here. But I know there are a lot of colleagues here today who we haven't worked with previously. So what I'm going to do is just give you a brief overview of the center, and just to give you a sense. So the University of Huddersfield actually dates back to the first half of the 19th century, so the early 1900s, and the Huddersfield Mechanics Institute. But the university today has about 2,500 staff, about 18,000 students. And although it's very much a university grounded in the local town of Huddersfield, and it has an important role in serving that local community. Its staff and students come from 130 countries. So international is really central to what we do. Now, in terms of the Global Disaster Resilience Centre, I established this with my colleague, Professor Delanti Amaratunga, back in 2014. Although we worked previously at another institution, particularly in the area of disaster resilience since about 2004, when the Indian Ocean tsunami, of course, struck Sri Lanka. Now, our vision here at the Global Disaster Resilience Centre is to help communities be better able to adapt and bounce back and be resilient to the kind of disruptive events that we've all been facing. Most recently, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course, it was mentioned by our last speaker, the terrible events in Ukraine and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and has displaced around 2.7 million people. So we're also dealing with the consequences of that and the impact on things like oil prices as well. Now, in terms of our objectives at the centre, we, as with most research centres, we're trying to secure significant prestigious grants, we're trying to publish, but we're also trying to influence decision makers. We want to have make a difference in terms of policy and in terms of practice. We want to inform professional practice. We also want to ensure that our work makes a difference to the socioeconomic situation in countries. So in order to achieve those types of objectives, of course, it's absolutely vital that we collaborate. And I think you'll see when I explain a little bit later how central collaboration is to us achieving those objectives. Now, in terms of the research themes, the kind of issues that we're addressing, you probably won't be able to see all of these here, but I've just very briefly, we're looking at things like the convergence of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. We're looking at disaster risk governance. We're looking at tsunami and multi-hazard early warning systems, pandemic and epidemic preparedness, and this has been an area that, of course, has grown specifically over the last few years for us. We've also looked at education and capacity building. So these are some of the major themes that we've been addressing as a research centre. Now, the team at the Global Disaster Resilience Centre is about 25 in total. So we have a number of staff at different levels, and we also have a significant number of doctoral candidates who are working with us, including many from Sri Lanka. Now, I won't go into all the details, but actually we were doing an annual report recently, which was trying to summarize what we've been achieving over the last 12 months. And of course, the last 12 months has been a challenging time. We're still in the midst of a pandemic. So you might think that we would have found it difficult to work on the types of projects that we've been typically focused upon. But actually, what we've been able to do, because of our strong international collaborations, we've been extremely successful in terms of delivering projects. So, for example, we've completed 8 projects in the last 12 months with 48 different international partners and a grant value of around £3.7 million. We've currently engaged with 16 other projects, 188 partners in those projects across 31 different countries, and around £20 million worth of grants supporting that activity. Now, when you look at how we've been able to achieve the level of outcomes that we have, I think central to that has been our international collaborations. And we actually did we totaled up all the organizations that we work with in terms of projects, co-authoring publications, co-organizing events, and we came up with 255 collaborators across 55 different countries. So, that kind of collaboration has been at the heart of achieving those outcomes. And I won't go through all of these here. I have got a few copies of the annual report which I can share with you. But what you can see is that across the world, so for example, North America, South America, Europe, South Asia, you can see we've worked with an awful lot of different partners, East Asia, right the way through to Oceania, and some global collaborators, so a lot of UN agencies and so forth. And also across a wide range of funding bodies as well. So we get our financial support from a lot of different agencies, both in the UK, but also around the world. And what has this enabled us to do? What are these types of collaborations, both with academia, but also with non-academic partners? And I think, for example, delighted with Professor Dissanayake. We've been working with the Green Building Council in Sri Lanka, and those types of collaborative arrangements have been critical in supporting what we do. Because of that, we were able to win things like the Newton Prize for Indonesia because of some of the work that we've been doing in terms of building resilience among coastal communities in Indonesia. But we've also worked very closely with agencies such as the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. So, for example, we've been working with them on a capacity analysis across 28 countries who are protected by the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. And we were able to work closely with those kind of international agencies to get a snapshot of what the capacity is in all of the 28 member states. And it was mentioned yesterday in some of the keynote speeches, the importance of co-production. And I think that's been central to what we do, which is this idea that we don't, as researchers, formulate ideas, go and implement, and then try and promote them to the end users. We formulate research ideas with end users. We understand what the issues are that they're facing, and we use those as the basis for our research proposals. So we've been able to work with a lot of different agencies around the world. Professor Delanthi Amratunga, she sits on the European Science and Technology Advisory Group. So for example, that's influencing how science and technology is transferred into policy and practice at a kind of European level. We've also been heavily involved in things like the UN Making Cities Resilient campaign, which has been working to build the capacity of cities around the world, working closely with city mayors and local government agencies to try and build their capacity to create more resilience at the kind of the local and the city level. And one of the central pillars of what we do is about creating impact. And I think some examples of this is we've been working closely with the Disaster Management Center in Sri Lanka, with the Department of Meteorology in Sri Lanka, looking at things like standard operating procedures for tsunami early warning systems. So by working closely alongside them, we've been helping them to develop improved protocols, interagency protocols, for how that they can act in the event of a tsunami. And we've been doing that over the last few years, again, working closely with those local partners. But we've also been looking at how those practices transfer to other countries in the Indian Ocean. So because we have strong university links in the Maldives, in countries like Bangladesh, Myanmar, India, we've been able to transfer some of these practices to other countries, other member states of the Indian Ocean Warning System. So this is about creating an impact. It's not about doing highly theoretical research that doesn't have any relevance. It's about co-producing research that is relevant to those agencies. And we've had a similar impact in terms of the construction sector. So we've worked, I mentioned the Green Building Council here in Sri Lanka. We've also worked with the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors in the UK, looking at how resilience can be better embedded in their professional practices, or for example, in the green rating system of the Green Building Council. So these are the kind of, again, the ways in which we can transfer our research into influencing professional practice as well. And we've also had a role in terms of, for example, in the Making Cities Resilient campaign, in terms of informing the Mayor's Handbook, which is a kind of practical guideline which is used by city level officials to implement resilience building in their cities. And we've also carried out, we also organized a large number of international conferences, including many in Sri Lanka, starting back in 2008. We established the International Conference on Building Resilience series. And I'm delighted to say that actually the University of Rahuna, I'll be working with other partners here in Sri Lanka to organize the next Building Resilience Conference as part of a BritEye project. And it's great that we're able to bring the conference series back to Sri Lanka, and it'll be fantastic as a vehicle for, again, bringing together academics from many different disciplines, but also bringing end users of research also in a kind of collaborative environment. And again, to give you an indication of the types of events, even in the midst of the pandemic, we were able to organize online events. So for example, this international conference on multi-hazard early warning that we held in close cooperation with the Disaster Management Center here in Sri Lanka and the ministry. We've most recently held an event on linked to displacement. So looking at how we can better deal with displaced communities, particularly from natural hazards, but as I say, it could also transfer some of those practices to other disruptive events like conflict. And we've also been involved with policy dialogues with the Ministry of Health and again, the Disaster Management Center, looking at the lessons that can be learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. And we held an event just over 12 months ago looking at that. And in fact, at this moment in time, there's another event taking place at Water's Edge, which is looking at dengue amidst the pandemic. And again, looking at kind of multi-hazard threats. So this constant engagement, this constant dialogue has been really important in terms of building that collaborative environment. And I really also want to just briefly mention that although, of course, you might see people like Professor Delanthi Amaratunga a lot here in Sri Lanka, but we also have really passionate young early career researchers. And Dr. Kinkini recently completed her PhD, you'll hear from in a moment. But this kind of building of capacity, which I think will be very, very beneficial to Sri Lanka in the years ahead. And we have our team who've won various awards at different levels. And so I'm hopeful that some of these researchers that are emerging through the Global Disaster Resilience Center will have a positive impact in countries like Sri Lanka in the future. So on that note, that's kind of an overview of the center kind of on a more global level. I'm now just going to hand over to Dr. Kinkini, who's going to give you a few specific examples here in Sri Lanka in terms of the engagement we've had.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Richard. So Professor Richard has already explained what we have done and what we are doing at the Global Disaster Resilience Center. And now I'm going to give more detail about what we do with the Sri Lankan partners or Sri Lankan collaborative institutions. So when you look at this slide, you can see there are several international research projects we conduct, and also we conduct several conferences. So for example, just to name some of the research projects we do with the Sri Lankan universities, right now we are conducting with SECRA project, and also we conduct BritEye project,
And also we have recently completed Regard project. Previously, we completed another project, Cabaret, Ascent, and so to name few of the projects that we deal with. Regarding the conferences, we have taken initiatives and leaderships and contributing, providing resource persons in several international workshops conducted in Sri Lanka. Say, for example, we always contribute and participate in the Candy Conference, as well as we conducted and contributed to the Ascent Conference. So these are some of the key conferences that we have contributed at the GDRC. And out of the projects that we conducted at the GDRC with the participation of Sri Lankan partners, we were able to publish several co-authored journal publications. Very recently, we published several papers as part of the Britair project. And as Professor Richard has already mentioned, we won the Best Paper Award out of one of our co-authored journal publications. Not only that, we also do some briefing papers, providing inputs for the policymakers that is about policy with the background of research inputs. And also we do some reports and documents as well, which is also giving some inputs for the policymaking institutions in Sri Lanka. And talking with, working with research users, whom we work with several type of research, not only the academic community, some other practitioners. Say, for example, we work with National Building Research Council, as well as Disaster Management Center, Ministry of Health, and so on. And also at the center with our experts, specifically with Professor Dilanthi and Professor Richard, we were invited to deliver several invited guest speakers, as well as several keynote speeches. And also we have contributed to several book publications, like based on the Multi-Hazard Early Warning Conference, we were able to publish a recent book with the conference as a conference output. And also with the previous dengue conference, pandemic conference, also we were able to publish another book out of the conference. And as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, that we contributed to several workshops as well as several conferences, and you can see all the cover pages of some of the key contributions or conferences that we led from the GDRC. And in addition, we would like to remind about the several projects right now and very recently completed with our Sri Lankan partners. Say, for example, to name Ascent project, Cabaret project, and Beacon project, which is ongoing, and also DRR and CCA project. And also we have recently completed Regard project with our Sri Lankan partners. And in addition, there are several COVID-related projects, COVID-1, COVID-2, COVID-3. COVID-1 project we have already completed with several key Sri Lankan partners, University of Moratuwa and University of Colombo. And based on the COVID-1 project, we were able to secure another UKRI funding to continue COVID-2 as well as COVID-2 project with several Sri Lankan universities as well as some other associate partners. And not only that, we are continuing some other projects like Beacon project as well as DRR and CCA projects. So these are just to name some of the projects ongoing as well as recently completed. So out of these, out of those projects that I mentioned, I would like to give you some little more information about the about one of the projects that we have completed very recently, which is about Cabaret project, which I directly involved
with the Cabaret project with several Sri Lankan partners. The project Cabaret, it stands for Capacity Building in Asia for Resilience Education. The project was aimed to promote international cooperations at the regional level between higher education institutions in between Asia and Europe, as well as within the Asian communities, in order to strengthen coastal resilience through developing multi-hazard early warning system. So that is basically trying to achieve through by building capacity and foster regional integration and cooperation through joint collaboration. So there, I think this is, this is one of the very good example how we collaborate with academia and the other stakeholders in order to develop more resilient communities. And also it aims to strengthen relations between higher education institutions as well as other wider economic and social environment. So talking about the project Cabaret, it was funded by the European Commission, having a value of around 1 million euros. And it had nearly about 6 partners from 5 European countries, from UK 2 partners, Latvia, Bulgaria, Spain, and Malta. And we also work with 9 Asian partners, representing 2 from Sri Lanka, 2 from Myanmar, 2 from Indonesia, 2 partners from Philippines, and 1 partner from Maldives. So you can see that nearly about 15 partners across Asia as well as Europe, we have been working through this 3-year project funded by the European Commission. We did not limit our engagement, not only limiting to the higher education sector, but also we had several associate partners representing IOC UNESCO, as well as Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, as well as the Federation of Local Government Authorities in Sri Lanka. So you can see that across many stakeholders representing academia as well as associate partners, we deal with within this project. And you can see that there are 6 photographs which highlights the events that took within the last 3 years during the overall time period of the projects. We had our first meeting, kickoff meeting, in February 2017 in Sri Lanka. There were near about more than 60 members who participated at the project kickoff meeting. The second meeting took place in Spain, which is in 2017 October. There once again we gathered to evaluate what was our progress and what was our next plans for the activities. At the third time, once again, the partners from the project Cabaret, we met in 2018 March at Peradeniya University, Sri Lanka. And at the same time, in addition to project meeting, that time period, we used to conduct our first international multi-hazard early warning conference and the training workshop. So it continued nearly about 4 to 5 days, and we were able to cater like more than 70 participants to provide international training experience. And fourth, once again, we met in September 2018 in Yangon, Myanmar, hosted by the University of Yangon. And once again, that was the second international training conducted as part of capacity building. And the third international workshop took place in Manila, Philippines, organized by the University of Ateneo de Manila, De La Salle University, De La Salle University, and it was took place in March 2019. We conducted the third training activity. Finally, the final event and the final fourth training workshop took place in 2020 January, just before the pandemic hit. It was conducted in Bandung in Indonesia with the support of ITB, the University of Institute Technology Bandung. So these are the training activities. These are some of the good memories we had throughout this 3-year time period. As part of this Project Cabaret, we were able to contribute by developing a capacity building framework across our objectives and until achieving the global objectives or global outcomes. So for example, we started by identifying what kind of role that we can play as the higher education institutions in order to strengthen the coastal resilience. So there we identify the universities and the higher education institutions can play 3 major categorical type of activities: education, advocacy, and knowledge development. So through that, we were able to develop capacity development for developing multi-hazard early warning systems. So there we were able to identify several enablers as well as challenges which affecting this capacity development for developing multi-hazard early warning. Through that, we try to achieve the aim of the project, which is regional cooperation to support effective multi-hazard early warning and also increase disaster resilience among the coastal communities. So that aim was trying to achieve through 5 different specific objectives, like identifying capacity needs, developing innovation hub, developing a roadmap, as well as conducting training activity, and so on. And then through that objectives, we try to identify and we try to address 2 planned outcomes, that is to improve multi-hazard early warning as well as to increase disaster resilience in coastal communities. So you can see that how these specific planned outcome finally achieving the overall global outcome or global targets. Say, for example, we can contribute to the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, as well as we can contribute to the Paris Agreement and also sustainable development goals. So just to sum up what we have achieved during this last 3 years time period, only out of this Project Cabaret, you can see how much of activity and how much of contribution we have done through this 3-year project. Say, for example, we have contributed from capacity building to future collaborations. So if I talk about capacity building, you can see we have developed a regional monitoring and assessment framework. And also we have developed online regional capacity building platform. Not only that, we have developed 6 capacity building frameworks. So these are captured and categorized under capacity building contribution from this Project Cabaret. So when we talk about the dissemination, we have done a quite large amount of dissemination activity. Say, for example, we have developed, we prepared a regional paper on analyzing the capacities and gaps within the higher education institution. And also we were able to produce 21 reports, including some roadmaps, some sandpit reports, and so on. And also we have developed 5 national position papers, which is based on 5 Asian countries. So each and every Asian country, they have produced a national report. And also we produced only out of this project, we produced more than 80 research papers and 6 e-newsletters and more than 60 news articles, and also a very important 2 infographics as part of dissemination. So if I talk about the collaborations that what we did, we were able to facilitate more than 230 participants for 6 through the Innovation Hub program. And also we provided and accommodated more than 8 short-term scientific missions across Asia as well as Europe. So we facilitate more than 100 participants through these 8 short-term scientific missions. So if I talk about the education and the training, we have through this 3-year project, as I mentioned earlier, like we conducted 4 international training workshops, and we were able to contribute, and we were able to give training facilities for more than 400 participants. Not only that, we conducted 4 major online open courses, as well as we conducted the program called Mentoring for Resilience Education, which took place in Philippines, Manila, with more than 50 participants and including 20 postgraduate researchers. If I talk about the conferences, there are through the GDRC and representing this project cabinet, we were able to deliver 6 keynotes by Professor Dilanthi and Professor Richard, and also all our partners across the 15 partners in the project. We were able to deliver more than 74 presentations and include 8 special sessions at different international conferences. So if I talk about the policy informing, what is the contribution? More than 18 policy dialogues were conducted out of this project. And also if I talk about what are the future collaborations that lead from this project cabaret. So nearly about 28 linkages, new linkages we were able to identify. And also we conducted a secondment activity in Philippines, Manila, which provide us future collaborations through the project. And one important thing that we were able to secure 2 new projects as part of the cabaret. So I think I have given you a brief, I don't know whether it's brief, a brief overview of what Project Cabaret did during this last 3 years with the participation of many Sri Lankan universities. And if you are really interested about what we do at the GDRC, Professor Richard has some copies of the annual report, what we did during the last year and the last couple of years. You are free to collect it. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? I don't know if anybody has any questions, or maybe it's time for some lunch. Maybe we can address any issues over lunch, but I'll hand back to the
Maybe the questions we could do during lunch, effective networking perhaps. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to wind up for lunch. But before that, of course, we have to appreciate the effort of our 2 most erudite scholars, Professor Richard Haig and Dr. Kinkini Hemachandra. Can you please step forward to accept this token of appreciation? Senior Professor Ranjit Disanayake, may I call upon you to do the honors? Thank you very much once again for joining with us on the conference. And with that, a part of you will be leaving from the symposium. So we thank all the guests who were here from yesterday. And a reminder that bus will be leaving from these premises at 2 p.m. So you all can have your lunch quickly and join with that. And thank you for being a part of the symposium. You all have been an amazing audience, but the program continues on, and we invite our delegates from University of Peradeniya and University of Ruhuna to have your lunch as soon as possible and be back here. Try to be back here by 1:30 p.m. since we are a little short of time. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are having our lunch break for the day. Have a pleasant day. Thank you very much for being here.
Testing one. Wah, better me. So very good morning to everyone in the EU, our EU partners. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone joining us from Philippines and Thailand. So we are about to start this day 2 program, and I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. I think everyone is joining us. Jorgen, Evie. So we can commence shortly according to the agenda which we put on Teams, and as such it is we start off with an update from work package 1. So
Hi there, we're here for work package 1 from Sweden.
Sarita, yes, hi.
Hi, I just if you could enable me to share my slides, I'll be ready for the presentation.
All right, so okay, I'll hand over to you. Over to you.
Thank you so much for welcoming us. What is the morning here in Sweden? I will be giving an update on work package 1, which we have now completed. However, I'm just waiting to be allowed to share my slides. Wonderful. I'll be 2 seconds. Here we go. Fantastic. So thanks again for welcoming us this morning or afternoon there. I believe you've just had lunch. And it's great to just be able to provide the first update today. I realize I only have 10 minutes, and so it's going to be a challenge to get everything in that we have done so far. But this has really been a fantastic collaborative work package. I've been leading with Shampika in our sort of UCLAN base, but then we have had extensive support and help from all of the partners involved. So it's been fantastic to work with everyone, and I've very much enjoyed seeing people over Zoom or Teams or for our first time here in Europe. So hi to the room as well. And I suppose it just start with why we're doing this project. And we know, don't we, that collaborative working is so important because it's that helps to bring us all together. And that's not just collaborative working with other universities, but also with enterprise and working with not just business, but with NGOs, charities across the world. But it's about really this first work package, understanding how university enterprise collaborations work. So very early in the project, so going back to early last year, we did a very comprehensive literature review. And this was really to see what was out there, to have a look and see what we know about how UECs are formed. We have a saying in the UK, which is that you shouldn't reinvent the wheel. So it's really important to go out there and see what is already being done. So we use this very top-down approach. We went to the literature and we said, okay, then we're going to have a look and see what everybody is saying about how successful university enterprise collaborations take place. And for this, we had Sarantip, who was in Thailand, who did a fantastic job of coordinating everybody. And at the end of the day, we reviewed over 200 papers on UECs and looked for the common themes. And from this, we were able to establish the key models. We were able to also see what the barriers were, what the promoters were. But the problem here was that it wasn't specific to disaster risk reduction. And for that, we had to use a bottom-up approach. So at this point, we wanted to see what was the experience of working in university enterprise partnerships like for the staff that were involved. And for that, we had to do a survey, and it was quite a comprehensive survey. And we looked at managers, so taking in that institutional landscape. We then looked at the experiences of university staff. And then quite interestingly, and sort of moving the field forward, we actually went to the enterprise partners and asked for their experiences. And at the end of the day, we managed to do all of this during the pandemic, so as, research is challenging and data collection is challenging sort of just generally, but during a pandemic, we really had to go above and beyond to get the data collected. So we used an online questionnaire survey tool, Quantrix. We went out to, first of all, the managers in some key institutions and asked for their thoughts about what the barriers and promoters of UECs were. And then we got a lot of comments. It was really rich set of data that was gathered in from people who generously provided their time to let us know about UECs. And then we completed thematic analysis. So we took all of these individual comments, and there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, and we themed them. And when we themed them, we came up with 4 major categories. There were structural, material, relational, and cultural themes that started to emerge from all the countries that were surveyed. All the managers were saying pretty much the same thing, that it was things around university policies or budgets or communication and networking or staff incentives, and staff skill sets. So these themes came up in all of the institutions that were surveyed. What was quite interesting was that when we looked at that institutional landscape and we took in what was happening in Thailand, the Philippines and Sri Lanka, we could see that there were some challenges that were shared and some challenges that were stronger in some countries rather than other countries. But a very similar pattern appeared, that it was about these 4 themes. It was about having the right people in the right places, being able to collaborate with the right people. And so one of the things that came out really strongly was the importance of correct administrative support. And this was seen in all of the institutions that we surveyed. And it was felt that having the right structural things in place really helped support UECs. We then looked specifically in country, and then we saw that there were a slight differing. There were some variations in what senior managers thought would help UECs. So in Sri Lanka, it was very much about the funding. In Thailand, a very strong theme was around support and the capability of staff, so staff training. And in the Philippines, and this could be an artifact of when the data was collected, it was felt that the pandemic was one of the major barriers. We then asked staff, and the good thing was that just around 40% to 50% of staff said that they weren't actually facing any barriers and that they were very happy with their forming and maintaining of UECs. However, I think there's always room for improvement. And when we looked at the support that was provided, we could see that there was a wide variety of support already in place. And there were very few staff saying that there was no support available, but what it did suggest was that some of this support can be sort of maybe enhanced. So the top 3 areas for enhancement were around that structural support, so looking at admin support, that came across very strongly. Also around material, so budgeting, making sure that UECs are adequately funded, and then around cultural, which specifically related to workload. And so ensuring that staff have basically the time, money and support to carry out UEC work. And I suppose really what we saw was that we have these little pockets that could be enhanced. So to really get UECs working very well, staff and senior managers were saying that actually admin support, getting the right admin support was really critical. Finally, we had a look at our enterprise partners to see what it was that our enterprise partners were saying were the barriers to UECs. And again, we did thematic analysis. Ooh, sorry, I'm getting very excited there. And here was a different picture. So funding seemed to be in place, admin seemed to be in place, they had the right sort of cultural setting as in most cases, but the biggest barrier was about communication and reaching out and networking with the universities to actually have the sort of initial steps to bring them into contact with people who could then help them set up a UEC. So I think what our enterprise partners are telling us is that they're very excited and interested in working with universities, but we need to enhance those networking opportunities. And that is really the biggest barrier. So that forming of networks, building of trust, good communication is essential as far as enterprise partners are concerned to enhancing UECs. At the end of the work package, we created the first sort of university enterprise collaboration framework, which will then underpin the work going forward. And I think really what we did with your work package 1 is that really comprehensive review of the functioning of UECs. We then were able to get a really good understanding from managers and from staff around the barriers and promoters of UECs in the 3 partnership countries. And now what we have moving forward is an established framework, which is going to help us to understand how we form UECs, how we maintain successful UECs, and importantly, how we reflect and evaluate on a UEC once it has concluded. Thank you very much. That's the presentation from here in Östersund.
On behalf of our side, we have now contributed to collect data and write the reports. We want to know that whether it is it possible to obtain data collected through this social network analysis and engaging in publication. I'm not sure about the publication policy yet in our project. So is there any kind of arrangement for that purpose? Sarita, your mic is muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, could you just repeat the question again? We're having some technical issues with the sound here.
Sorry, so you have to turn that off and yes, yours again. And Sarita has to turn it on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, didn't you get my question?
No, sorry, we were just having some technical issues with the sound.
Right, my question was, now we have contributed collecting data from Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Philippines. We are now thinking about making some publication by analyzing the data from our side and as well as making some publication. I told you that we are not clear about what is the publication policy yet. And we are asking about whether it is possible to collect the primary data that we collected through the survey.
Yeah, so we've got some information on Teams, which has the data set information, and we are working towards the publications, and that will be very much a collaborative effort. So it is in hand, and we'll be in contact soon around how that is going to work moving forward.
Right. Thank you, Sarita. Jorgen, do we have kind of publication policy, and are we thinking about developing it?
We haven't yet a publication policy developed. We encourage any kind of publications. This is available data for the whole project. So anybody, individual or a group of experts can come together and write up papers, both for scientific journals, for conferences, for any type of publication. The more we disseminate these results, the better, I would say. I can also say that we have an item on the local program here in Östersund to discuss the publication strategy from now on in the project. So it's very good to know that you are interested, and we will certainly keep this in mind to make sure that everybody can be involved in this process.
Right. Thank you, Jorgen. Shall we now move to the work package 2? We have 1 hour as in our schedule. Who is taking the responsibility for presenting the work, the progress of the work package 2? Work package 2. Jorgen, did you get any information about the progress presentation on work package 2?
Yes, I think, hi. I think Kinkini will present something from work package 2, and I know that they have done a great job already preparing. So I had a meeting with Kinkini, Dilanti and Richard, and they are ready. I'm not sure where they are because they are in Sri Lanka, right?
Yeah, at the moment they are in the lunch as they make a presentation till around 1 o'clock. I will ask about them to take the next chance. Is there the responsible people for work package 3 then? Are you okay, work package 3?
So work package 3, I will start introducing, and then Chaminda and the team of Chaminda and Ranjit will, I think they have a video for the local applicability, and then we will have a discussion also in this session.
Right.
I'm not sure if Chaminda and Ranjit are ready.
Kendra, what about your readiness? Are you ready?
If we do have to move something up, then yes, I am ready to give updates on work package 4.
It is work package 4.
Yeah, so maybe that's better to do work package 4 because that's 15 minutes, and then we go back to work package 2.
Right. Okay. Okay, Jorgen. Shall we let Kendra to do the presentation? Thank you very much for accepting our request in advance. We will allow her to sharing her screen. Kendra.
Yes.
Right. We will,
the screen sharing is still disabled on my end.
Yeah, we will allow you.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oops, sorry. There we go. Good afternoon from the Philippines. Good morning to our partners in the EU and UK. So just to recap, work package 4 is on innovation and enterprise. Oops, sorry. One moment, please. Okay. Work package 4 is on innovation and enterprise. Okay. And the objective of the work package revolves around bridging gaps in the training in higher education institutions and the skills that industry needs. Through the activities of this work package, we hope to directly expose students to innovative thinking through interactions with industry representatives, and then to support the learnings from these activities through continued training built into the curricula. For this, faculty members would also benefit from the capacity building. So there's reinforcement built into the curriculum as well as through co-curricular activities. And this is something that already arose in the needs assessment. The deliverables for this work package include a corporate startup labs. These are iterative mini group labs on how to turn an idea into an innovative corporate startup. These will, of course, require support structures from the universities, and so we will need to explore how these structures can be set up within the existing institutional frameworks. Then we also have university enterprise engagement days, and these are envisioned as opportunities for members of the academia and industry to come together on a common platform in order to have a dialogue on their needs and capacities and resources to better facilitate UECs. So the specific format and content of this platform, of these engagement days, will also be informed by the outcomes of Work Package 1. Then complementing the Startup Labs and the University Enterprise Engagement Days, we have a series of online training sessions on different topics related to innovation, enterprise, resilience, as also informed by the outputs of Work Package 1, specifically the gaps that were identified. Then it was the intent under this work package to also have staff mobility. Selected staff, those, for example, who are working on the startup labs, are supposed to visit Mid-Sweden University, the lab of the Risk and Crisis Research Center. So since travel conditions are improving, I suppose we'll see towards next year if this is still possible. This will be possible. Then underpinning all of these activities is the promotion of equity and gender issues, specifically the involvement of women faculty, researchers, and students. Okay. So the co-leads of this work package are the Ateneo de Manila University and the University of Central Lancashire. And to start off, as Sarita had mentioned just a while ago, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. As was already shared in some of the talks yesterday, different universities within the consortium are already already have structures or already have activities under the umbrella of supporting corporate startups or business incubators or having university enterprise engagement days. So what we're proposing in Work Package 4, just to get things off the ground, is to have a little bit of sharing among ourselves. We've designed a survey to collect baseline information from different partners on whatever experiences you may have already had in hosting university enterprise engagement days, in hosting business incubators and or corporate startups. And this will help inform the design of future activities under the work package, and also let us know who else outside of the two universities who are leading the package, who else we can tap to give training. So I know there may be ethical considerations here, so I just want to stress that this is not for research purposes, but it's just a way for us to get to know your universities better, what structures you already have, what experiences you already have in hosting these types of activities, so that we can build on those rather than proposing something that may not work well in your university. Right? So this again is not for research purposes, and it's not a requirement of the project, but we'd very much appreciate if you can share your experiences. So there's a link to the survey, and I'll get back to that later. Right. For the other deliverables under this work package, which is preparing the University Enterprise Engagement Days, the proposal originally envisioned having these events every 6 months in years 2 and 3. So like in the middle of the year and at the end of the year. So the Ateneo de Manila University will start things off. We have 2 events lined up. The first is we're designing an online student competition for projects with IP potential. And this is supported by an enterprise partner. In fact, it's a law firm that will give a grant to the winning team so that they can use this grant in order to file for the necessary IP and get them started with their startup. The second event is an online reverse pitching session that's tentatively scheduled in the middle of the year. What do we mean by reverse pitching? With the first event, the student competition, this is more of the traditional way of pitching research to into industry, right? Where the initiative comes from the academe, it's driven by the research. In a reverse pitching session, it's more driven by the enterprise, where they let us know what they're looking for, and we'll see how to fill in the gaps. And we're hoping to organize something like this with social enterprises in the middle of the year. So because much of this will probably still be online, we will see if we can invite members of the consortium, of the SECRA consortium, to observe if the enterprise partners are amenable, especially the social enterprises, as of course there may be some confidentiality issues involved. So if they are amenable, then we'll open this up to the consortium to attend. But if not, or in any case, we can organize another event to share what we did and what we learned from it, and use it also as a sort of template for creating possible models of different types of university engagement days. Then for the online training sessions, we have the following sessions initially planned. And these are experiences, sharing of experiences in enterprise engagement, sharing of experiences in business incubation, the role of IP in sustaining university enterprise collaborations for disaster resilience, and the role of UEC in supporting business continuity management for disaster resilience. The first 3 topics will be given by our university's IP office, while the last is tentative, as we still have to confirm it with members of our School of Management who conducted this research with micro enterprises. We are envisioning this series of webinars to be held on Mondays at 4 p.m. Philippine Standard Time. So it's around this time for our partners. And we hope the schedule would be okay with you. We'll start, if the consortium is amenable, then we will start with these sessions on Monday, April 11, and we'll have them successively, April 11, April 18, April 25, and May 2. But please feel free to let us know if there are other days or times that might work better for you. And this is just the initial salvo of online training. As I mentioned a while ago, the purpose of the survey is also for us to know, to better know who in the other universities would like to host these training sessions, or even just sharing, resource sharing sessions, experience sharing sessions. So just to go back to the survey, this is the link, and thank you, Jean, for already putting it in the chat. We had in mind to use the rest of the time for this work package for you to take a look at the survey and start filling it in. But if it's not possible to complete it at this time, or if you would like to tap someone else in your institution to share or give feedback, then we request if we can have your inputs by the 31st of March, so the end of the month. And then all the succeeding trainings and guides and frameworks will be in and guidelines for the university engagement days and the corporate startup labs will be informed by the inputs of this survey. And based on your responses, we may also schedule a separate interviews with your, not interviews, sorry, meetings with your universities so that we can explore in more detail the activities that we can conduct under work package 4. And that's all I have regarding our updates. Thank you. Sorry, I think the mic is on mute.
Right. Sorry. Thank you very much, Kendra, for making a nice presentation. It was very informative. Work package 4, progress of the work package 4 was presented. If you have any question and clarification, you can ask from Kendra. I think everything is clear. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Kendra. Quickly adjusted to the schedule. Yeah, thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Yeah.
Right now, Kinkini is there. Kinkini, I warmly welcome you to make the presentation on work package 2.
Thank you, Dr. Rukmal. How did it? Good afternoon. After heavy meal, I hope like you won't fall in sleep. Let me present work package 2, what we did so far, which is about university enterprise collaboration, a relational framework. So the ultimate objective of this work package 2 is developing a relational framework for strengthening university enterprise collaboration. This work was done by University of Huddersfield. Just to remind you what we have done so far and what are the deliverable with the relevant time scales. We have 4 different deliverable, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. So today presentation is totally based on 2.1A and 2.1B. 2.1A, which is about developing the UAC relational framework. It was given, the time frame was like month 7, but it was delayed because we had to wait until the output come from the work package 1. We have talking about 2.1B, which is about testing the developed relational framework. I hope that will be our next step. Once we get the input or the feedback from the partners and the participant, we will be able to test the developed framework in the coming months. Talking about work package 2.2 ABC, which is about developing policy brief that will support in next activity, which is about conducting policy dialogues. And work package 2.3 about online and on-site workshop, which will be coming in due course. So today, what we are going to present after giving the task that we are responsible for delivering with the time scale, what we trying to deliver today, you can see like we are going to present the output, what we have done from the University of Huddersfield. What is the current status of the university enterprise collaboration, which is UEC in 3 partner countries, and why UEC is important for disaster resilience, and what are the current status of the university enterprise collaboration specifically within the disaster resilience, and what factors affect university enterprise collaborations in disaster resilience, and why do we need a relational framework, and finally, what is the proposed relational framework. So let me begin with the first element, which is about current status of the university enterprise collaboration in partner countries, which is about work package 1. So there were 3 country-specific reports done by 3 partner countries from representing Asia, Sri Lanka, Philippines, and Thailand. Accordingly, they have examined and evaluated what is the current status of the university enterprise collaboration within their country's perspective. They found that a few university enterprise collaborations for disaster resilience, and most academic and research staff focus on the university enterprise collaboration, not for disaster resilience, but for the economic development. And most of the EUC, university enterprise collaborations for disaster resilience, whatever they exist in disaster resilience collaborations are mainly supported by the government. And also they found that limited involvement of other stakeholders, and specifically private sector do not interest to engage in university enterprise collaboration in disaster resilience. And also they do not have an adequate idea on how to contribute to disaster resilience through the university enterprise collaboration. So these findings came through the 3 country reports that they have conducted based on their country-specific literature review. However, they also found that there are some good practices which can support university enterprise collaboration to strengthen these collaborations for future disaster resilience. And also they have identified and emphasized the necessity of more collaborations in the area. So this is the outcome of the work package 1 done by country-specific literature review by 3 Asian partner countries. Moving on to the second part, which is about, in addition to these 3 country reports based on the country-specific literature review, plus the literature synthesis done by the University of Lancashire, they found we did the synthesized literature review and global literature review. And finally, after combining both country-specific reports as well as the global literature review, these are the outcome, or these are the findings. They proposed an initial framework, including identifying the factors affecting university enterprise collaborations, and they classified. So I must emphasize once again, so this current framework was developed based on the 3 country-specific 3 country reports and the global literature review done by the literature synthesis done by the University of Central Lancashire. And based on these 2, they have developed an initial framework. So that framework identify all the factors that are affecting the university enterprise collaborations, and based on the thematically analysis, they were able to categorize all these factors into 4 different categories, like cultural, relational, material, and structural. And also they were able to categorize
these factors into challenges as well as enablers. Not only that, in additionally, they have identified what are the best practices from their country-specific literature review. Accordingly, they propose the initial framework. So now you can see this is the end of work package 1, what we received from the work package 1 group. Now you can see the center of the diagram, all the factors were identified, blue, purple, red, and green. They classified into 4 categories, cultural, relational, and institutional, and so on. So after that, all the factors, they once again, they classified into as challenges and enablers. Once again, under each and every element of challenges were furthermore identified with specific information in terms of country-wise. So you can see this is the overall framework we received from the work package 1 group. So what we did from the Huddersfield point of view, we did another global level literature review to cover best examples across the globe, and all the papers were selected based on the number of citation as well as the time applicability. Most recent document we used in the conducting the literature review, and with high number of citations. Based on the literature review, we were able to analyze the data using in vivo software, thematically conducted the thematic analysis. The literature review was conducted to explore what are the status of the university enterprise collaboration in general, as well as within the disaster resilience, and also to identify what challenges and enablers are affecting the university enterprise collaboration, and also to find out any good practices available for the university enterprise collaboration, and also to identify why this relational framework is important rather than a linear, simple framework, and also to identify is there any relational frameworks applicable within this area. Based on the literature review, we were able to identify relational framework, the proposed relational framework for university enterprise collaboration, aiming at strengthening resilience, disaster resilience. So our final proposed framework was based on 3 country-specific reports, synthesized literature review, and the Huddersfield literature review. So the framework that I am going to show you is actually based on 3 different reliable sources: 3 country-specific reports, synthesized literature review, and the literature review done by the University of Huddersfield. Right. So the second element that I outlined in today's presentation, based on the literature review done by the Huddersfield University, we identified why university enterprise is important in general. According to global research leaders, based on 2021 Elsevier evidences, they identify why university enterprise collaborations are important. They have identified 5 key reasons. What are the reasons? Societal impact. Through the university enterprise collaboration, there is a societal impact, and also there is an opportunity for students as well as some outcomes. And also it enhances the opportunity for funding, and also it can contribute for the economic development. And also it utilizes government programs for funding. So these are the internationally recognized reasons why university enterprise collaborations are important. And you can see from the left-hand side diagram, there's a difference in between universities and the businesses. So universities, emphasize basic sciences and what they have done, what they have found, and the business strengthen and developing. I can't read. Yeah, so you can see there's a difference in between the intentions in between universities and the businesses. And also continuing with why university enterprise collaboration is important, specifically within the disaster resilience. So the previous slide demonstrated why the university enterprise collaborations are important in general, but this is within the disaster resilience. So it can, within the global rise in disaster risk, within the climate change context, this can play a major role. And there's a huge demand for disaster resilience in the society as a result of that. And why this is important specifically in Asia. Asia is the most affected region from all sort of hazards across the last couple of decades. And also universities and enterprise play major roles, but unfortunately, most of the time, ideally or independently. And also, therefore, their suggestion is collaborative solutions are encouraged. I'm not going to talk about much more about this. A very recent example, we can take it from the past pandemic situation. The global pandemic, during this COVID-19 global pandemic scenario, the main solution came through the university enterprise collaboration. Universities were able to identify and find solution that is the vaccine, but they didn't have the capacity to make the mass scale production. So in order to fill this gap, what they have done, they have combined the universities with the industry sector, and they were able to give solution to the most burning issue in this century. Another report, another document, very recent evidence, they have emphasized by Taylor 2021, what are the strengths universities have? They have the infrastructure, architecture, as well as the right people. At the same time, what universities can receive in turns through these collaborations is they can have substantial industry funding, which is the lacking part within the university system. Within the global literature review, we were able to identify some sort of different approaches or a kind of means of university enterprise collaborations. Like when it comes to the university enterprise collaboration, most of the time we think like we can have these kind of collaborations to provide some placements for the student, but not limiting to placement. There are many more opportunities, many more ways that we can create these collaborations. Say, for example, it provides the opportunity to access to data and also provide internship through public-private partnerships. Also, as I mentioned earlier, student exchanges, and also provide opportunities for resource sharing, access to funding, co-researching, conducting knowledge transfer project, as well as giving feedback. Feedback for the universities as well as feedback for the industry as well. In another evidence, you can see the paper by Anka 2015, they have identified a huge list of means in which university enterprise collaboration can take place. And based on their analysis, they classified all these means of university enterprise collaboration into 6 categories, as you can see from this slide. And then talking about what frameworks are existing in between university and enterprise collaborations. So one of the most common university enterprise collaboration model is given as triple helix model, which combines industry, university, and the government sector. So you can see the three stakeholders combine and collaborate to have some achieve towards a common goal. Furthermore, another framework that I found from the University Enterprise Collaboration, it is about analytical framework of innovative action dynamics. So you can see the center part of the diagram, it is actually the triple helix model. And they have furthermore added and updated and upgraded this diagram into analytical framework of innovation in action dynamics, giving formal factors, organizational factors, and institutional factors. And then what are the action dynamics, as well as what are the different outputs. If I sum up, saying that what is the status quo in summary? University, so when you see this diagram in 2021 from the Elsevier publication, you can see a gradual increase of the university enterprise collaboration since 2015 to up to date. So there is a gradual but slow growing trend you can see in between university and enterprise collaboration. And also it is narrow nature of this industry partnership within the, specifically within the Asian countries. And when it furthermore narrow down to disaster resilience, most of the, like whatever the existing university enterprise collaborations are very ad hoc nature, and also episodic quality, not very systematic, not adequately institutionalized, and not adequately monitored. So these are the findings. Nevertheless, there are some positive lights. University enterprise collaborations have the potential to improve capacities to increase disaster resilience through effective knowledge creation and transfer. Then, furthermore, from the literature review, we were able to identify several more factors, and then we were able to classify it as affecting as challenges as well as enablers. Sometimes the same factor could be a challenge as well as a enabler. So identifying and seeing, there are several type of frameworks available for university enterprise collaboration. The next question comes, why do we need a relational framework? So in order to answer that question, we found several answers. Stein et al. 2019 emphasized why a relational framework is important. According to them, better understanding of the interlocking relationship between nexus governance structures, relations, and narratives to appreciate fully the potential and changes of nexus governance. So that is about, it gives more opportunities to identify what are the relations as well as what are the type of relationship in between the different stakeholders. Another document says a relational approach is needed to examine how actors, in particular those who occupy key positions, experience and navigate the network. Another document emphasized relational approaches have been developed in many social sciences in a diverse field of social sciences. Then, how do we develop our relational framework for strengthening university enterprise collaboration? So looking at existing relational type of framework, we identify two different type of relational frameworks. So from the first one produced by Bull 2013, they identify three key stakeholders and having a common objective and having a relationship in between diverse type of relationship. Another document, Coben 2017, they identify 6 stakeholders and having 6 directions of a relationship. So having keeping this this existing framework in my mind, in our mind, And with identifying all our previously developed framework from our work package 1, what we are trying to do, how do we capture, what is our value addition to this project, and how do we furthermore develop this project, so this work. So therefore, the value addition from this work package as well as this project will be we trying to develop a multi-level relational framework for strengthening university enterprise collaboration. What do you mean by multi-level relation? So the studies emphasize that single level is not adequate, and as well as multiple factors for developing a context-specific approach, improve collaboration, and support the networking arrangement. So due to these couple of reasons, we were able to identify 3 specific layers: macro layer, meso layer, and the micro layer. Now we know that we identify stakeholders, we identified the challenges, we identify the enablers, we identify the best practices, and we identified some existing relational framework. And the value addition is we identify different layers. So after combining all this information and all this data, what we did was we tried to match all these into a kind of framework. So you can see university enterprise collaborations for disaster resilience, and we have identified 3 layers at the beginning, or at the start. It says the macro level, which is talking about what are the national norms and institutions. And at the meso level, what are the organizational processes? At the micro level, what type of relationships? Not only that, after identifying these 3 layers, we were able to identify who are the specific stakeholders at macro level, meso level, and the micro level. When it comes to the macro level, we were able to identify 4 different stakeholders: universities, government, enterprise, and the technical agencies. And when it comes to the meso level, university, government, enterprise, and the technical agencies. And the micro level, in addition to all these 4 stakeholders, we identify another category, which is the community. So now we have more clear and more detailed framework, which identify different layers, and at each and every layer, who are the key stakeholders. And at the same time, we try our level best to match and classify the challenges. What are the specific challenges at the macro level? What are the specific challenges at the micro level? And what are the specific challenges at the meso level? So you can see under macro level challenges, once again, we did not list in the one box. We furthermore classified under 4 categories, what proposed by the previous analysis or previous framework, which is cultural challenges, material challenges, relational challenges, and structural challenges. Now we have furthermore refined the previous framework. That is, we have different layers, different challenges, and different stakeholders. Not only that, we did not stop at this identifying all the challenges and the different layers. We try to identify all the strategies. You can see a huge list of strategies were identified based on the country report, global literature review, and the our literature review. So we end up with a long list of strategies or the best practices what we can propose in order to strengthen university enterprise collaboration towards a disaster resilience. Now, after identifying all these strategies, once again, we classified under 3 categories. Now we know the strategies, once again, we classified under macro level, meso level, and the micro level. So we have very specific challenges and we have very specific solutions as well. So after incorporating all these 2-3 slides and all these informations, finally, we came up with final university enterprise collaboration in a relational framework approach. So this is the final framework that we developed. So on the very beginning, at the top, you can see all the 3 layers, which is given in brown color, macro, meso, and micro level. And then we identify what are the enablers, what are the stakeholders. So you can see macro level, there are 4 stakeholders, meso level, 4 stakeholders, micro level, 5 stakeholders. And then what are the challenges? All these 4 stakeholders face 4 different types of challenges. All these stakeholders under meso level face 4 different challenges, 4 different categories of challenges. Under micro level, the stakeholders face 5 different types of challenges. Then, matching all these challenges, we identify what are the solutions. The contribution of this framework is not only giving a single type of solution. You can see we try to match. Now, say for example, when we take the macro level, the challenges are classified under cultural, social, and relational and material. And under each and every category, we now identify what are the best practices or what are the solutions. So I think this framework gives a very good roadmap or a kind of very good input to identifying and proposing how to strengthen university enterprise collaborations. So this is what we have done from the Huddersfield University. We came up with this final framework. So just to summarize, the final framework, which comprises with 3 layers, meso, macro, and micro. We identified 2 additional stakeholders. In addition to university, industry, government, we found 2 new stakeholders. And also we identify furthermore challenges, barriers, and enablers, and classified under 4 categories. And also strategies, also we classified under 4 categories. So this is all we have done under work package 2 from the University of Huddersfield. I think the next step will be inputs from the participant and the other partners, and then we can test the framework within the Asian countries. So at the steering committee, we can fix the time scale. That's all from the Huddersfield. Thank you. Yeah. We can take any questions from the online participants or participants from this hall. Seems like not yet. We are planning to do a brief presentation, which is coming in the next conference. Initial framework will be discussed and will be revealed to the academia. So,
hello.
Okay.
Okay, I have a small question. I'm just curious. What is the link between the social analysis and the framework that you already developed or you are going to develop it? What is the link between the social analysis? I understand that you got some information from natural report, and then you draft and you like write down the framework. But what is the link of the social analysis that Salita already presented this morning to the framework that you are going to draft?
I think I can answer in this way. Actually, we started this framework development with the
three country reports that we received, and the report done by the Sarita's team, like the synthesized global literature review. So these are the two things that came as the input for this development of the framework. And also we have done our end literature review. So these are the three input that we came out. Because work package 2 should be starting with the results and starting with the input from the work package 1. So we started from there.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. What I understood was like, sorry.
Right, sorry. What are any deviation from the report made by Sarita and what has been presented yesterday by, I think, AE and your literature, this thing, any agreement or any disparities?
No, I think what I understood was like Sarita's team, they came up with 4 different names. But at the end of the day, what they did was they combine and they make a kind of similarity in between their findings and the 3 country reports finding. Because we have to start with the, what you call the conceptual, the framework that they provided us as the first information. So that is what we did. We can look upon, I think that is the purpose of this session, that we can take any inputs or we can take any feedback and see what we can do to furthermore develop this framework. I think we can consider it.
Three country reports.
Yes.
And then after that, how about these good practices or the best practices from this European Union? Those things identified and embedded in?
Yes. Because in your 3 country reports, that you had a same format for all these 3 country reports. You identified what are the challenges, and then what are the enablers, and what are the good practices. So when you see this final framework, you can see all the challenges that we came through. All these 3 country reports are included, and we added some additional one. All the 3 country reports, the findings of all 3 country reports, what are the enablers you find, we incorporated and we added some more. And all the good practices that you came through from 3 country reports, we added with our own findings. So that is the starting point, and we develop based on that.
And again, now, when you are going for this industrialization or the commercialization, patents or the technology transfer or intellectual property rights, so those are the key concepts.
Yes.
Right. So any special concern on the intellectual property rights or something?
Yes. But we cannot show everything in this small diagram. What we wanted to show is this is the direction that we are doing. So when it comes to the writing part, when it comes to the reporting, I think we can give a very solid, specific best practices or specific suggestions that these are the things should be addressed. These are the way it should be addressed. I think in the report, it will be there.
Hello, Kinkini. Hello.
Yes.
You mentioned that one of the next steps would be testing the framework, and I was just curious what that would involve. Like how exactly would we test whether the framework works in our Asian partner countries?
I think that's what we need to discuss at the next steering committee meeting, as well as with all the coordinating partner and the 2 partners who are doing the work package 2, isn't it, Kendra? But you all, I think once this is, because today is the first day that we distributed this framework. So I think we can give you some time to get some feedback from all all partners who are willing to do that, because at the end of the day, we all need one good solid framework, isn't it? So we can open up for a feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I answered. Any more questions? I think it's done. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kinkini, for the update. So I think for everyone joining in online, as on schedule, we'll have a quick 5-minute break and we'll proceed with the agenda. All right. So we meet everyone in 5 minutes time. Okay, so hope everyone is back from the short break. And I think Yogan, you are ready to go start off update on work package 3.
Yes, that is correct, Lasit.
All right, okay, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me just start the presentation and I will share my screen. Would you mind giving me access to screen sharing, please? And while you do that, I can just thank everybody so far for the great presentation today. It was great to see first hear about Kendra's update. Well, Sarita first, of course, but we have listened to updates from Work Package 1 on a number of occasions, so that was just a repetition. And then we had Kendra presenting Work Package 4, which was really good to see that you have a plan and the survey, and we encourage everybody to take that, of course, as soon as possible. And then great work from Huddersfield on Work Package 2 and the team there. And I know that you are collaborating with your co-leads also for the next step. So that's really good. I think just answering a bit to Kendra's question about the testing of this framework in the Asian countries, it might be that certain parts of that framework should be scaled down, for instance. Certain things are perhaps more relevant in certain contexts, while others are not so relevant. So we might actually see slight variation in this framework once we adapt them to each country or partner university even. This step is quite important, I think, for before the policy briefs with stakeholders that we will have in the different countries. So anyway, let me just tell what I will do. So first, I will give a short introduction to this concept, community of practice. I know you have read about it in the proposal and perhaps elsewhere, but I will just give an introduction to give our thinking around this concept and the relevance for SECRA. And then I will hand over to Chaminda and Ranjit and their team. I think they will show a video of the local applicability and also run a discussion. So I hope that you are ready to take over once I have presented. So just showing this slide again about the tasks of Work Package 3. It doesn't say that we are developing a community of practice, but that is what we do through these tasks and deliverables. We will develop an online platform for USE, and that will be like a behind-the-scene platform from our website. That is actually how we are planning it right now, at least, and it will be in a format that everybody is familiar with, Moodle, perhaps, most probably. So we have started discussing this with a website developer, and then we will populate that, of course, as we go along in the project. And then we will run some training sessions online and on-site in the next meetings. And in this work package, we also have another social network analysis. So the work that Evie presented yesterday is going to be repeated sometime later in the project to see if we can see any impact from the activities and the work packages that we have done. And then, of course, maintaining and adjusting that platform. The concept of community of practice is not very old. It is roughly 50 years old, and it comes out of two cognitive anthropologists, Jean Leib and Etienne Wenger, and they studied sort of learning. It comes from learning and teaching and learning research. So they were studying apprenticeships as a learning model, and they refer to the community as a living curriculum. And from that, and then they started developing this, and they saw communities of practice everywhere, virtually any kind of learning, any kind of collaborative work in any line of business, not only in schools and universities. So, and this is of course a very easy concept to grasp. So it traveled, it went really quickly into business and business lingo, and nowadays it's a very common concept in all sorts of branches and businesses. It consists of a number of sort of fundamental things. First, a community practice, it's a group of people, so there needs to be more than one person, hence the community. And the people who are involved in a community needs to share a concern or a passion for something that they do, and learn how to do it better by interacting and learning from each other on a regular basis. So this can serve as a general definition, and that we are working with in this project. And the idea of a community practice is to improve some sort of performance. So it should be a supportive function for those involved. Now, it does fill a gap between work teams, organized work teams, more structured and goal-oriented work teams on the one end, and social networks, which are more informally structured and opportunity-driven. So somewhere in between there, we can find a community of practice. So you can view it as a social network, or you can see it as a team, but you can also see it as its own entity, sort of. So why should we focus on this particular concept then, and particularly in this project? Well, the idea is that it has some value both for members who participate and also for the organization. So in this, I think in our project, it is mainly for the universities, but also if we have external partners involved in the community. But we will start from the university entity, of course. And it has value both on short-term timeline and on a longer-term basis. And these slides will, of course, also be available on Teams, so you can look into them more closely later. But basically, we have three things. We have a domain, what we care about, the shared interest that I talked about in the definition. There is a community of people who we are that cares about this domain, and then the practice, what we do together about it. And I think that we saw in the framework, both from Work Package 1, but also the developed framework from Work Package 2, that we have a lot of practices that we can both implement, but also evaluate whether they are relevant or not. This is just another way of illustrating the same picture, really. There is a domain, so it's not just the network of professionals. There's a more of a shared understanding, and then as we go down to the community, there needs to be some sort of engagement and sharing of information and learning, of course, and then the practice, what people do together in this community. And again, you can look more into this both on the slide and also the references at the bottom for your perusal. But just to give you a few ideas, what can communities of practice do in more practical terms? Well, it's the left-hand column. You can look at problem solving, you can share information, experience, reuse assets that a partner may sit on that you actually share or disseminate within the community. And so you can go through the list, and there are some quotes just illustrating how this can be more come alive, so to speak. And some of this we do already in SECRA. I mean, we do visits and exchanges. We we look for experience, we try to solve problems within the UEC and so on and so forth. So the idea is that the SECRA is really the seed for this community of practice. And then, of course, we cannot say beforehand whether this community of practice will be or one coherent community of practice, or whether we should have 3 different ones for the Asian partner countries, or even on lower level, on university level. But that is something I think we can discuss, and also it's let it be organically grown. Another way of looking at the activities that communities of practice do is this illustration by Wenger himself et al. From 2009. And as you can see on the top right corner, we have different categories: exchanges, productive inquiries, building shared understanding, producing assets, creating standards, formal access to knowledge, and visits. And in the square, you can see that they are grouped according to whether you do it with someone or if they come from someone. And on the vertical level, there's informal and formal ties and connections. And then different activities, they fall under different, in different places in this matrix. So this is just, again, another way of illustrating different types of activities, because they might serve different purposes. And then you can think in those terms, how to design those activities. One thing that is important also to keep in mind is that not everybody will be equally much engaged, because some people might be more committed to this task and others are not so committed, or they will be in for a while and then maybe leave. So there can be different levels of participation. This is usually how any kind of informal group work. There is a core group and a coordinator, because if we have, for instance, this shared platform, somebody or a group of people needs to run that and make sure it's maintained. And then we will have leaders, experts, active and other active participants. And going further out, we might have occasional participants and peripheral, and then just external people perhaps that do transactional work. So this is again an illustration from Wenger, and just to keep in mind what it might look like in real terms when we work with it. Now, the final slide I will show you and talk you through is actually a combination of 2 models. It's within business development and community practice, and it's done by a consultancy firm for NASA in the US. And the idea is that you read it, as you can see, these balls, it's a bouncing ball really. On the left-hand side, you form the community practice in the first 3 steps, and then at some point you bounce and you are committed to the community in that circle number 4, and then further to the right, you collaborate, co-create, and continue and renew. And as you also can see on the upper side above the balls, there are some enablers, if you would like to put it in Kinkinis words, that helps these steps, as you can see. And then on the outside or below each ball, there are some hinders, barriers, what was it, Sarita? Challenges? Challenges, yes. So, and I think this is a quite precise model that can really help us, I hope, to form the community of practice and how we can really work with it and develop activities that overcome these hinders. Maybe some are relevant, some are not. But again, to have this in mind when we develop it further, both the platform and the activities. There is also a researcher, I'm sorry, I forgot her name now, but she talks about that the left-hand side, 1, 2, 3, part of the 4 is really the community of practice and forming it, while 5, 6, and 7 is the other way around. That's the practice of the community. So that's also a way of looking at it as two phases. So first we form and develop the community, and then we practice in that community. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions, but maybe we should first look at the presentation from Chaminda and Ranjit, if you are ready for that. But thank you very much so far.
Thank you, Jorgen. Actually, now, as we discussed earlier, what we will do next is we will display a video that is kind of an application of the COP. So what we will do is, I think we will see that video first. I should thank Tushara Kamalaratna, who is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of University of Peradeniya. He's from the social sciences area. Because I mean, I am not an expert in this area when we, talk about the COP, and also Asita De Silva from the University of Huddersfield. So because both of them are now at the University of Huddersfield, so I think it was a kind of an opportunity we got with this combination to prepare this video. So they have done, I think, quite good work with the community. So I request our administrative team to play the video, and then we will go for a discussion.
Greetings to you all. My name is Asita De Silva from University of Huddersfield, UK, and today's session I'll be talking about community of practice applications for communities with disaster risk. Concerned about the domain, the common interest under disaster resilience or the disaster risk may be the risk reduction, disaster mitigation, disaster preparedness, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, or community-based adaptation. And there are so many stakeholders working on the same domain. So for an example, government institutions like ministries. So, and then we have local authorities like AG officers and Grama Niladaris. And we have institutions like NBRO and IMI. And then we have international partners like UNDRR. And then we have local communities, and they have local authorities, like not authorities, they have local community-based societies, so which works for the same domain. However, we can't see a clear interconnectedness in between these communities. So most of these communities, they are just working their own projects, but they work on the same domain, but they do in their own way. So what I see is that most of these institutions, they think that, okay, we have done the research, so we have identified the problems, and we need to find the solution. So they could be the best solution for this problem. But the same problem, there can be another perspective. So that's why we need such platforms as community of practice. So these interactions can make through conferences where all these stakeholders get together and discuss their research and findings. And then the discussions or the meetings, we can initiate inter-organizational stakeholder platforms. Also the focus group discussions with the key stakeholders from each community. And then we have field visits. We can always go to the field and discuss with the communities, workshops and surveys. So there are many interactions, activities. So as a result, the practices can be the disaster risk reduction strategies, disaster mitigation applications, and we can develop ecosystem-based measures, disaster risk assessment methods, and many other things. And most importantly, they all can develop these monitoring and evaluation measures, which we are lacking behind in Sri Lanka. This is a nice cartoon. So it says a community of practice gets together for dinner. So you can see that none of them are interacting with each other, but they have their own way of doing things. So it says we don't necessarily like each other, but the benefits of cooperating and sharing information in this instant for outweigh the benefits of hiding what we have. So this is what we need to understand. So community of practice doesn't say that we should share everything that we know. Of course, you don't like other organizations. Of course, you think that you are the best in the field. Yes, you are the best in the field. But we should always understand that the same problem can be seen through different lenses and different perspectives. So each institution must have their own perspective, which is not wrong. So when combining all of these ideas, we can have a holistic picture. Sometimes what you have identified may not be the burning matter. Sometimes it may be the burning matter. But these things need to be shared among the community and discuss, and then we need to have strategies to develop what we have to do to make things better. So that's why community of practice is important. Even though you don't like each other when it comes to institutions or stakeholders, but you can work for a common goal in a common platform. So in that case, the applications of community of practice is significantly important when it comes to disaster risk. As you can see in this slide, the community of practice connect people, provide a shared context, enable dialogues, stimulate learning, capture and share existing knowledge, introduce collaborative processes, help people to organize and generate new knowledge. So these are some of the benefits of community of practice. So all these things can be done in a common platform and to do much more better than what we are doing at the moment. Because all the ideas that we are getting together through the community of practice will support to develop far better solutions, far better mechanisms, and far better strategies for disaster resilience. So I have just given you a brief introduction and some sections about community of practice and why it is important in disaster resilience or disaster risk reduction. And under the communities, we saw that there are so many stakeholders, all these decision-making institutions, authorities, government and non-governmental organizations, so many stakeholders. But here I would like to focus on one small component of this community of practice, which is the community itself. So the community in community of practice. So as you can see the cartoon, what they have done is, of course, what they say is this mobile app will help you in mapping and monitoring key water points. And what the community is asking, will it carry the water home? So what it means, so sometimes we may see the problem from another perspective than the communities. So we see, okay, when you look at this context, It's a very dry area. So they don't, the main problem they have is the water, finding water, and their lack of water. So we need to develop something for them on how to find water resources. So we think that is their main problem. But if you go to the communities, they have the knowledge. They might have the knowledge to find all these water resources. They know where the water is. They don't need an application to identify the water resources. And by their traditional knowledge, they know when there's excessive water and when is the drier periods and how to store water, all these mechanisms. So their main issue is carrying that water from the water sources to their homes. But we never thought of that because we assume that the main issue is identifying the water resources. So that is obviously they have that knowledge. So that is the community-based knowledge. So there can be another interpretation for these cartoons. But under this perspective, this is a new perspective. So we need to realize that it is important to have community within this community of practice when it comes to disaster resilience, because this community of practice can be applicable in several other areas, in other fields, even in business and industries. So, but when it comes to disaster resilience and disaster risk reduction, it is significantly important to have the community in the community of practice. Under the community-based disaster risk reduction approaches, we have preparedness strategies, we have response mechanisms, we have recovery strategies, and we have mitigation strategies. But all these strategies involve communities. But most of the times what we do is we develop these strategies based on our own assessment, based on our own risk assessment, which we developed. But when assessing these risks, most of the time we don't involve communities. We think that we know what is going on. We know exactly what is happening in these communities. And we think that these communities, they don't have the scientific knowledge to explain how these processes work and what happens and what are the connections and everything. But there, I think we are wrong. They do have a very good knowledge about their local environment. So for an example, so most of these disaster risk assessments, so they are actually based on predetermined sets of parameters. So those parameters are developed by the experts like who are knowledgeable enough in that field, right? So if we need to assess the landslide risks, of course the NBRO knows the areas, the soil conditions and the soil parameters and the rainfall capacities and the slope of the area and the anthropogenic activities recently taking place. So everything. So based on these parameters, we can identify the risk areas. However, the people who live within that community, they don't know about these scientific terminologies, but they do have knowledge which they have generated through experience. They have the knowledge which has transmitted throughout the generations. So that knowledge will give the same idea or the same information, but in a different way, without these scientific terminologies. And most importantly, these communities, they are aware of their microenvironmental features. Sometimes, for an example, if there's a flood, so most of the times the river overflows where there are bottlenecks or the blocks, like the narrow points of these rivers. So who knows about these bottlenecks? in tributaries and in the main rivers? Of course, the local communities, because they know where the water is overflowing, and they know the flow paths of these water, and they know the areas where these water accumulates. So the same thing that we do using all these scientific data and high-tech softwares and methodologies, they have the same knowledge, but they use different terminology. Most importantly, they know their microenvironmental features. So integration of community-based knowledge is significantly important under the community of practice when it comes to disaster risk reduction. So many community-based organizations are working towards disaster risk reduction in so many areas, right? But what the main issue is, they may not receive necessary funding or the capacities or the resources to do that, but they work within their communities. Sometimes local authorities, they also do work along with them. So I know that there are programs, community-based disaster risk reduction programs conducted by NBRO, which are very successful in landslide mitigation and risk reduction. Likewise, we need to identify all these stakeholders, and then we need to discuss all these issues in a common platform. That's why we need to have the community of practice approach. So accessing the knowledge of the local communities is important under disaster resilience. So in community of practice, the community should be a main focus group. So it is therefore important to recognize the role of local community-based organizations as the primary catalyst for disaster preparedness activities and long-term resilience in high disaster-prone communities. So as I mentioned earlier, the community needs to be part of the community of practice. Throughout the presentation, I have discussed about the community of practice, the importance of community of practice in disaster resilience, and why the community should be part of the community of practice. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope you have anything to take home with you through this presentation. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
I think thank you for the audience here physically attending, and also our colleagues joining online. So I think I should thank the two gentlemen who actually made a very good combination here to make this presentation. Jorgen, I think we can start the discussion session. I hope you will conduct that. Professor Jorgen, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Sorry about that. I think we have a bit of a coordination misunderstanding. I thought you were doing the comments or the discussion part. I'm sorry about that. But maybe this would be something that we can do in the local meetings, because I think implementing the community of practice is really key. That in that implementation is really key to have it adapted to each local context. So if we can maybe take a few minutes and just talk in each location, in Sri Lanka, in Thailand, and in the Philippines, between yourselves. And for those that are not together physically, maybe if the organizers, if you can use breakout rooms for each country, one for each country, then we can give a few minutes and talk about the adaptability of this, how they would, if there are any input that they want to share with us. What do you think about that, Chaminda?
Yeah, I also am now we are thinking of this breakout room option, or otherwise maybe individually even maybe the colleagues can start commenting on this topic. I think Kendra wants to say something.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, if we were to go into breakout rooms, do you have specific questions that you wanted us to discuss? So when we talk about the adaptability of a community of practice, are there particular things you want to find out, like whether it's been done before or a platform, things like that?
Yeah, things like that. And I think especially given the presentation from Huddersfield, talking about how communities in each context can be integrated in this and what is meaningful. I think a community practice might be, for instance, for certain kind of businesses, what is relevant businesses in Thailand might not be the same as in Sri Lanka, for instance. So there might be certain specifics of each in each country. So I think when it comes to disaster risk reduction and forming a community of practice that can work with university enterprise collaboration, it's important that it is adapted to the local context. So that was my idea right now. There is also another question that I might raise right away, because one of the tasks in this work package is to develop an online platform. And the idea of that platform is to have a number of resources available, and also collaborative activities. Maybe you want to organize local meetings, etc. So if you can also have that question for your discussion, what would you like to see in the online platform, really? At this point, I'm sure it will be developed further later on. So examples of local knowledge and how to tap on it really in the community of practice and the online platform.
So then what we will do is we will make, I think all the Sri Lankan colleagues are here. So we will make 2 breakout rooms. Maybe I will say Philippines and Thailand. I will name them like that. And then all the colleagues of Philippines can join the Philippine breakout room, and the Thailand group can join the Thailand breakout room. And maybe after a few minutes of discussion by those groups separately, then they can express their views.
Thank you. That sounds good. We can have just a 10-minute discussion, because we will certainly come back to these questions many times throughout the project. But some initial thoughts.
Yeah, I think so. We do like that. Yeah.
අපි මේක තමයි really
Chaminda, it looks like you're trying to talk, but your microphone is off, I think. You're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think now all the 3 countries have done the discussion. Maybe we can, I think maybe they can express their views. So anyway, we have done a discussion here. So maybe I will present what we discussed maybe first.
Please go ahead.
I think I have, a lot of colleagues here. So maybe as I am not an expert in this area, but maybe I will ask the help from the others if I miss something. Now we talked about the, now when we go to this community of practice, we talked about the language, because now in our country we have 2 main languages, Sinhala and Tamil. Now to bring this whatever the communications to the last person or the small industry, if we go with the language like English, I think it will not help because they will not understand that. So now at this discussion, we understood that, of course, we have almost developed this platform, the online platform, which is in English. So just one comment is, now in our country, that means we have to convert this platform to 2 languages, that is Tamil and Sinhala. So that is one idea just came from here. And the other one is how we bring this, whatever the knowledge that we are gathering to this last stakeholder. So we had a discussion like now through the universities, we have lots of students, and maybe through them, we can bring this, now, for example, we have a platform, so we are developing a platform, but maybe what is the channel to tell this end user that there is a platform. So I think one idea came is we can do that through the university students, so they can, because we have thousands of students, and they are from villages, they are from various towns, so they can bring this, they can be the channel to bring the information that there is a platform, and the small communities, the smaller industries can use it to get the knowledge. And also we had another discussion that how we now as academics and large-scale industries are discussing in this type of forums, but still we are not getting any feedback from the last small industry. So how we can bring, to take their knowledge back to our level to discuss here. So that problem is there. So that also was discussed. Maybe anything to add from our yeah, I think that's all from my end. So these are the kind of suggestions we have. I think we can go to the other 2 countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And we certainly also touched upon the language issue. We need to discuss that further. But let's go to the Philippines. And please, if you have someone to report from your discussion.
Hello. I'll recap our discussion, and Daryl and Rhoda, please feel free to chime in. So we discussed what a community of practice might look like, how it could be operationalized in our setting. And in terms of the platform, a common practice is to have a website which documents all the activities of the community of practice with a complementary Facebook group. Facebook is we realize maybe a controversial choice, but it's something that is familiar and accessible to most people in the Philippines. But many well, just about everyone would probably have a Facebook app on their cell phone. So it's a platform that would enable more participation, especially if we're thinking about community partners. But we recognize that the trade-off here might be the security. And so related concerns might be whether we need to have some criteria for membership and how do we vet the enterprises who would want to join. But related to that question are other questions such as what would incentivize enterprises to join in the first place? Because there are many organizations and networks of organizations existing in the country that already exist climate and disaster risk. In fact, there are two big NGO networks, Action Klima and DRR Net, in those fields of practice already. So if we're going to set up this community of practice, what's going to make it different? What value? What's the value added that would incentivize people to join? Then looking towards the future, how do we ensure the sustainability of this platform? So if there is a web presence with some sort of discussion group, whether it's on Facebook or some other platform, that will require an administrator, that will require resources to pay for the web domain and so on. So beyond the SECRA project, who would be in charge of maintaining it? In terms of the question on the online portal and what we would like to see on such portal, of course, the literature and the latest research would be good to have access to these, and also notices of grants and other opportunities in the field of resilience that the academe and other enterprises would be eligible to avail of. And any notices or updates of activities, so capacity building, sessions, training, workshops that we could avail of. And lastly, just to note, we do share a common issue with Sri Lanka, that of language, as there are more than 100 languages in the Philippines. So any choice of language might automatically marginalize some part of the country. Daryl and Rhoda, would you like to add anything more? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kendra, for your very clear points and very important aspects, of course. I think I will come back to that also later when we talk about what we said here in Europe. But first, let's go to Thailand and let us know what you talked about, please.
Hi, did you hear me? Okay. The thing that we discussed about the community of practice, first of all, we think about how the platform can access to the people. So in Thailand, normally the people use social media a lot. Even the farmer, they use also Line, the application of Line, which is one of the social media. So it should be some kind of hybrid, like the social media version and also the document versions. It depends on the area and they want to go to access. And the second thing that we discuss among our team is about the process of the community of practice in Thailand. It should be two types of it. The first one is the bottom up things. It's like it's initiate from the communities, like the people who live in the community realize that they got a problem and they want to do something else, and they state the problem, and then it's go to the step of stakeholders and the practice, and it's going to set the target together, something like that from the bottom up. And the second thing is the top-down system, because most of I don't know other countries, but in Thailand, the system that most effectively is come from the top-down things. Since we got a lot of resources and the support from the government, so the platform should be wise, like the opposite way of the first part. which is bottom up. So it should state the problem. It should be some kind of survey of a real demand or real need of the communities. And then step next, it should be the way that how we encourage the people in communities to work together and also set up the target together and proceed on the practice and action, and then try to set up the tangible outcome. So it's some kind of those process. So I think that is all that we discussed together from Thai side. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarinte. Very well taken, and also interesting that the process might look different in implementing community practice or launching it, or whatever way you want to put it, in the different countries. So those are really important insights. Just a few words from our discussion here in Sweden. We also touched upon the language. That was actually the first issue that comes to mind, and it really depends, I think, on a number of other issues, if we are running it in English or in one or several local languages, because it depends on what this platform should be used for and by whom. So if we think of it as a resource and maybe a roster of experts, etc., for the academics, people like us and other people in the universities, then it can stay in English. And that will also allow transfer of knowledge between countries if we want to keep it like that. On the other hand, if you want to include more of the community in terms of organizations and even, I don't know, maybe people in general, or at least certain villages or certain, certain stakeholders, say, then it needs to be in local languages, and that has some other sets of challenges. So that's one thing. Another thing is digital literacy. If I'm not even sure if we want to include people that are not used to using those kinds of resources, because then that is a big barrier in itself, I think. But that's something each country needs to pay attention to and decide. One thing that I was thinking is also that a community practice can be built from a core team. There needs to be a core team, and then we can expand from there. And maybe those core teams should be in each of the country, existing of people from the project. So let's say 2, 3, 4 people from in each country that really are thinking about and discussing how can we best form a community practice around UEC for DRR, where we are, and deal with those questions about language, who to involve, and what kind of resources do we need. So it's not a catch-all kind of platform, because I don't think that will live very long. It's much better to do what I don't know if it was Kendra or someone else who said, to base it on the needs of those that are in, whether they are academics or other stakeholders. We also discussed what the community is. A community is people. So there needs to be some sort of interactive, or at least place where people meet or exchange knowledge. And a couple of examples is Evie was talking about a website that she's involved with, which is a network. And the network doesn't do very much. I guess you meet in conferences and such, but there is a really good roster of names with faces, pictures of people with their names, their expertise, their contact details. So if you are looking for someone in a particular field, they're easy to find. Another example is an email what's it called? Is it called a network email list? Yeah, list server. Yeah, called Radix, and they also have a website, but it doesn't do very much. And this network doesn't do any conferences, no meetings, but the discussions on the list server is quite active. So there's always emails coming out. And since you have those discussions about a topic that you share and care about, you develop some sort of a relationship, even if you never met the people actually. So those are just a couple of examples how you can activate people even without any much resources whatsoever. A third example, oh, by the way, is if you have any kind of activities, or like Kendra was saying, other networks that run activities, maybe the community can just connect to those without having to organize something themselves. So that's the people part and the activity part, and then of course the resources that we have also talked about. I'm looking in the room here. Did I forget anything? Do you want to add anything? No? So anyway, I think we will wrap this session up, Chaminda, and thank everybody for the discussion, even though there was a hiccup in coordination. I'm sorry about that. I think these are some very important initial thoughts. And as we go along in the project, and we will definitely move forward and maybe have more local adaptations. And next time we will meet in Thailand, I hope everybody can join then, we will certainly come back to this topic. Chaminda, do you want to say any last words?
No, I think we have done it, I think, well. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. With that, we leave over to Lasit and Rukmal, I think. We might need a short break.
Yeah, I think we probably need maybe a short break of 5 minutes. And then we could meet up to have the concluding sort of work package 5 update and introduction of the Compass tool. But just before we go for the break, I just already my colleague Darshika has shared on the Teams as well as on the chat the Excel implementation of the Compass tool. So it might actually, so we are just giving a heads up. So after the break, if you after again Yogan's maybe introduction, we will go through that. So in case at least to the participants locally, it might be beneficial to have access to a laptop to run through that at the end of the work package 5 update. Okay, so we'll meet you in 5 minutes. Is that okay? Or
yep, thank you.
Yep, okay, right. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a short break. So we are on to the final work package. Can everyone hear me? Yogan?
Yes, very well.
All right. Sorry. Yeah. So we are off to the final work package update for the day. I think Yogan, you will be starting proceedings on what you just introducing the compass tool.
Yes.
All right. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen again. Hold on, I just need to prepare it. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so this is work package 5. That actually is led by Tallinn Technology, University of Technology, and Sri Jai Warnapura. But since this comes out of work that I've been doing here at Mid Sweden, we decided that I introduce the compass to everybody first, and then Lasit and his team will take over. So I will give a little bit of background for this compass tool, and then there will be an overview of the workflow also in this presentation, and then there's the demonstration of the server then, and I hope you have access to that now then. It came out of a need here at Mid Sweden University, this compass for university enterprise collaboration, because we saw quite many ad hoc initiatives in this field, and it was really reliant on single individuals, and it wasn't systematic in any way. We have had offices working with external relations, but they were not really engaged with the programs, the educational programs. They were more working on university level only. So there was a need to develop some sort of support, some sort of tool to help program coordinators and certain disciplines to work in a more systematic way and meaningful way with UECs. So this is such a tool. It is for systematic development. The tool is not an end in itself. It's something that you can use if you want to develop your UECs. It gives you some sort of systematization and overview. But the important thing, I think, is if you decide to actually try it out and use it on a number of educational programs, you have to get people to buy into it. And when I say people, it's really those key people for educational programs. For let's say if you have a program coordinator, or if you have a director of studies, or you have a discipline, you have to have the lead characters in that discipline to wanting to do this, because otherwise it will probably fail. The tool can be used once, which will give you a snapshot, an overview of what you are doing in UEC at the moment, or more preferably, you can use it on a regular basis to set strategic goals and work towards those, and also assess them on a regular basis. There are some cornerstones that UEC optimally should be built on, at least in this way of thinking. So we have 3 types of stakeholders here, or interested parties. It's the students, of course. They want to connect their knowledge to existing businesses and operations outside the university. We as academics, we want the knowledge to be used, and we also want to have input from external partners to increase our education. And then the partners themselves, they are interested in research, they are interested in students' way of looking at things in new ways, etc., etc. So the cornerstones for all three parties is that UEC should be process oriented. It's not something you do once and then it's over. There needs to be a process to continuously running these kinds of activities, and also constantly improving them, for instance, by using this compass tool. One of the problems we saw when I mentioned that our UEC was partly ad hoc is that it came out of only informal relations, and it was not based on factual needs from the industry. It was more because people knew each other. So I think a cornerstone is that it's more evidence-based, or you can call it different things, but it should be really on that level. And also, it's important that different parties are included. So this is nothing. It shouldn't be run by one single individual, for instance, but instead the students should have a say in this, what they want to do, what they need for to really absorb all the knowledge and the training. Partners should be involved and included for their interests, etc. And above everything, there needs to be some sort of commitment to this. There needs to be a stewardship. Somebody needs to take a lead role in this work. There are different purposes for the three kinds of stakeholders. I mentioned some before, but just to go through them, students might want to gain insight to work life. What is it to work in a particular industry? They know a bit about their education and the training that they take, but they might not know so much about the industry itself. It's a way, UECs is a way to connect theory with practice for students. And also, if you get a bit of training with actual organizations, you increase your employability. So you become more attractive on the market. From an academic point of view, we have seen that by applying knowledge in the education, students actually get a deeper knowledge about what they're doing. There's an expression here, the penny drops, that you gain certain insights that might be hard to gain without actually trying and training in an industry side, for instance. But this kind of applying knowledge is very helpful also for the theoretical part. Partners might want to have this critical gaze from the academy, from students, to let students actually question what they do. I mean, questioning what the partners do. Are you doing it in the best way? Can you do it in different ways? Why or why not? Partners also want to have access to research and knowledge, so you can set up, for instance, seminar series, things like that. Just by working with the academia can generate ideas, working with students and working with researchers. It generates ideas for new products and innovations and developing those further. One thing we have seen also here is that, for instance, when you let students go out on internships, partners might have projects or things that they work on that they really cannot put resources on. But when a student come in, they can do it. So getting things done that they want to do but don't really have the resources at the moment is actually a very practical point for them. And finally, for partners, it might be a legitimacy issue also. It's very good for them to show that they work with a university, for instance, or a school of some sort, so they can sort of beef up their own reputation through that. So when we developed this compass tool, we worked with a number of dimensions, we call them, and it's really the backbone of UEC. What you need in order to have a structured UEC in place. There needs to be some sort of organization in place, and I will give a few examples soon. There needs to be regular quality assurance to make sure that everything is running the way you want them to run. There needs to be, let's say, an awareness around initiatives for activities, what you want to do. And also to find different areas of linkages between the academic research training and external partners. And then turn everything into concrete activities, mainly for students, but of course for all three parties. Each of these dimensions, they were further developed in indicators. And as you will see later on in the survey, there are questions for each of these indicators. So organization is about how UEC is organized on a departmental level or on a discipline, or just on a program level. Are there resources in place to do UEC, etc.? We have some questions about governance instruments, follow-up questions. Are there policies and strategies in place or not? Is it worked with in a strategically aware way or not? The initiatives, we have questions about catchment, meaning how are initiatives gathered? How can we make sure that we pick up ideas that comes from teachers, from instructors, from students and other parties? And how do we stimulate that kind of initiative thinking? And also we have questions about external monitoring to have a gaze on the different industries and markets to make sure that whatever we do in UEC is relevant for the market. And then, of course, whatever we do needs to be linked to the market, but also to research that we carry out in the institution and to the education, and how does that look? And the activities, we have questions about information about these activities. How are they launched and informed to the students? Is there any learning support, and are they evaluated afterwards? We also have two additional dimensions. The first one is institutional support and commitment, because even if you have one or two people committed to this, it doesn't work unless the department, the discipline, or even the university faculty and university really stand up and want to do this. So there needs to be local and global on a university level support for this. And finally, the external environment is, of course, influential in this. How are for instance, instructors and program coordinators represented in external organizations? Are they parts of boards, networks? Do they participate in fairs, in congresses, in conferences, industry conferences, that is? How is UEC communicated externally, etc.? So as you can see, there is quite a bit of questions that go into this tool. And the survey, which the questions are on these topics, then spits out some sort of diagram, and it is, we have used a spidergram. You can of course use other ways of illustrating this, and this is an example of fictitious example of survey results. So these indicators, they load from, I think, 0 to 10. Weighted measures, of course. So in the end, this is a compilation or aggregation rather of those indicators into the dimensions. And the idea here is not that it's a higher number is further out on the spidergram, but it doesn't mean that it's better to be further out, because maybe you are not interested in, say, the environment is very low, as you can see. That maybe you want to keep that very low. You're not very interested because you have other ways of knowing about the environment, and then that's fine. So it's not a competition of gaining the highest possible numbers. It's more a matching thing. So the survey spits out this, what it looks like right now, and this is then the basis for where you want to go. So you can set different target goals, for instance, like this. This is where you want to be. You want to improve, for instance, the environment, have a better organization, while quality assurance in this particular case is already quite okay. I should also, I forgot to say that, but the respondents for this survey can be more or less people. There needs to be responses from core people. So people involved with training and instructing for an educational program. But also we have a set of questions for the students that we can use also to gain their perspective on this. And then, so that's really the basis for figuring out what targets to set, and then how do we get there? How do we make sure to have, in this case, a better organization? How do we improve the kind of activities we run? And you can go look into those specific indicators also, of course. The workflow for this is that you have the planning. First, of course, you plan everything, you prepare the material, again, a language issue maybe in certain places. And then you run the actual evaluation. That is the survey, the one I just gave you an idea about, with staff, with students, with alumni, previous students that is, and also external partners you can involve in this. And then there's a analysis phase, and you have a feedback and where you check you validate the results, and then you can set those visions and goals and come up with strategic implementation to reach those the goals. And this cycle is then can be repeated however often you want to, but it takes a certain amount of time, of course, so you cannot do it too often, and then you have to work with the activities to have time to improve them. But maybe you want to do it once a year, or maybe in this case 3 reviews per year for 2 years. It can be less. That's really up to you to decide. If you want to implement it, you can figure out a reasonable timeline for it. Okay, so that was the presentation of the compass. And before we let Lasit and Rukmal with Tashika to take over, maybe we should just see if there are any questions from everybody. Please, feel free. Right, and if there are no questions or comments at this point, so maybe Lasit. No? Lasit, if you can please take over.
Yes, so on behalf of the USA team, Darshika will be taking a walkthrough across the so we'll be taking a walkthrough across the Excel implementation of the Compass tool. I think Darshika's screen can be shared. All right. Okay, Darshika, over to you.
Okay. So hello and good evening, everyone. I'll be walking you through this Excel file. It's a brief demo. If you have your laptops, you can download it from the Teams Work Package 5 folder and maybe engage with this. So as Professor Yogan mentioned, the Compass tool has 7 dimensions. And of course, this is sort of a pilot project, so it's still in the Excel form, which is not very user-friendly, but then it is in a quite functional level. So as you can see, the 7 dimensions are in the separate sheets: structure, quality assurance, initiatives, integration, institutional support, and environment. And then we collect the scores to a different sheet and the chart at the end. So the background is not a dimension, it's just for the collection of some background information about the study program, degree program, stuff like that. It doesn't input any information for the survey. So starting off, this is the structure sheet where you have, so all these dimensions are categorized into like the units of assessment. Under these dimensions are categorized into 1 or 2 indicators. So as you can see here under structure, you have representative and resource allocation. So these questions are arranged to fit these indicators. So
So in this Excel form, as I said, as it's not a very user-friendly way, but then you can input information already. We have provided the answers, the options through these pull downs. As you can see, it might take a bit of a time, like 30 to 45 minutes to go through all the questions and like understand them and get the answers. So I won't be filling the entire survey, but let's just fill 1 or 2 questions and see how it works. For example, starting with the first question of structure dimension under representative, who or what has the overall responsibility for UEC linkages at the unit? So there you have the pull down. You can select the suitable answer. Let's say program director. And some of the questions have full options displayed like this. And in some where you can choose more than one answer, here we have provided the answer alternatives, and you can put yes or no for this. So the whole process goes on like this. It's not any rocket science in this. So I hope there's no need to go through all the questions, but it might get bored for you. Likewise, you have the same way for the resource allocation. The next tab is quality assurance. Under that, you have 2 indicators like as instruments and follow-up. We'll just fill the first question under instruments. Does the unit have a defined overall purpose with UEC? Click the drop down. Yes, no, don't know. And trying on another question from the next indicator. Are the overall evaluations of UEC as a whole carried out at the department? Just pull the drop down, select. It goes on like this. And then you have the initiatives sheet. Same way, you have 3 indicators like capture, stimulus, and environmental monitoring. Next, you have integration with 3 indicators, internship, research and education. The activities dimension with information, learning support, and evaluation. Institutional support, looking at departmental level and institutional levels. And finally, environment with 3 indicators, external representation, environmental monitoring, and external communication. So I hope it's not necessary to go through the questions, because again, you'll only get bored because there's a lot of questions. You should go through it leisurely and get the answers. And then we collect the scores separately. As you can see, these the totals are generated at the ends. And then here is the chart. So we didn't fill proper answers, so what you have is like zeros and minuses. In case you want, so still for some answers, there'll be minus marks, and for some answers, even if it's the lowest possible answer, still there would be like 1 mark or 0.5 marks. So even without filling the survey, some sort of a diagram would appear by default. Let's take a look at a filled form. So this is a completely filled survey. Not the background though, only the dimensions. Here, all the answers are filled. Like, it's not these are not all the best possible answers, just random answers. So and so, likewise, all the 7 dimensions are filled, and some scores here. Don't worry about the zeros. It's with the Excel file. When some cells are merged, the answer comes only for the relevant row, and the rest gets zeros. And here you can see some the total values, which are hyperlinked here. And this is some sort of an actual output which we can get from this tool. And at this stage, this is the level of the compass tool, but then to make it more user-friendly with better interfaces, for example, we can move this onto like maybe Google Forms, which is easier to work with. For example, you don't have to pull down all the answer options, you can just pick. So with some more time, I think we can develop this into a more user-friendly and more functional way. So this is it. Thank you very much.
So yeah, I'll just add to what Tasha meant. So we thought that at the moment, so it might not. So we expect all our partners to have a run through the file and give us feedback, and we will refine it further if there is. Jorgen, that's.
Yes. So first of all, thank you, Darshika, both for the work that you have done with the Excel, very well developed further from my rudimentary version, and also I think it's good to get feedback. Yes, but I don't think we have time for it now. Maybe some initial questions and comments, sure. But I think maybe, like Darshika was saying, it's better to have the online version before we try it out, because it's easy to adjust anyway. But right now, it would be valuable to have comments on the structure and the content before we put it in the online format. And maybe if we can allow a few days for that, that would be good. And also, Sarita mentioned something here in the room that we have, since this compass tool was, most of it was developed before this project was even existing. So there might be some things from the UEC framework that we should consider integrating in the compass. So those two questions, I think, are the ones that we would like to have feedback on right now. Is that what you're thinking, Lasith, also?
Yeah, that's right. So Jorgen, I think so for the, I think I didn't expect everyone to fill this today. So you can, and maybe you can have a separate mail thread on or some other form on the Teams under World Package 5 on a channel, so that anyone who has any comments on that we can collect them in a structured manner, so that we can then maybe so this would be version 0 or version 1, and then we find it for another one.
Okay, Kendra, I see your hand is up, please.
I have a comment and a question. The comment is, so I'm going through the survey, and it seems to be really centered on UEC, which is great, and I liked how we could immediately see the spider diagram at the end. But I didn't see a lot of questions that were geared specifically towards resilience or towards UEC for climate and disaster resilience. And I'm just wondering if that's something that we should consider in refining this, precisely because one of the gaps that was, or a major gap that was identified during Work Package 1 was that there's a lot of material on UECs, on academic industry partnerships, but not as much on how those are actually geared towards climate and disaster resilience. So it may be value added for us to develop the compass tool with that in mind. Then the other, my questions are, I guess, more on the operational side, the practical side. So I take it the idea is to have several people within the university answer this, students, faculty, staff from different departments. Is that right? And if
Yes.
so, thank you for that clarification. So if so, is this something that we need to apply an ethics clearance for? Will it form part of a research output?
That is not the idea. And
Okay.
unless you want to collect data from your own university to use it for publications, then of course you would need to do that. But this is for internal consumption to develop the work that you do. Yeah. And also, thank you for your comments and question, Kendra. Did you have anything else before I reply?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Firstly, I think starting about the respondents, I think it's important that it's the any relevant respondent really who are working with UECs or is affected by or influenced with. So it's not like you would go to all members of the faculty or all the teachers, but pick those that are key. And I think it's easier or maybe more relevant if you have a handful of people, maybe 10 people. It's really dependent on the unit of assessment. So relevance is key, I think. And also when we talk about students and alumni, we had a separate set of questions for the student, but that was this is not part of the Excel spreadsheet now, because some of the questions might be hard or impossible for students to reply. But one way of doing it is, of course, to just omit those questions for the students. They can just skip them. But this is something we can definitely discuss how we will move forward. And then thank you also for the comment on the DRR. I think that's a very valid comment. Either we put it in, try to integrate it with the existing dimensions and questions, or we might want to develop a specific indicator or dimension for DRR. I don't know which one is the best, and I think this is something we can certainly discuss further. So thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from anybody? I think maybe at this point it's really valuable to get some input or feedback rather when you have looked at the Excel, and also keep in mind the DRR thinking that Kendra addressed. And then once we have the online version ready to pilot, we will ask everybody to do that. So any concluding words, Lasse, for today about this work package?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the correctly. So this is basically the version to look through the questions and see whether any clarifications are needed or anything added, like Kendra mentioned on the resilience aspect. So once those are refined, then we can move this on to a more user-friendly version. So I think we can conclude the session for today. Yeah, that's all for me. Any other questions? Yeah.
No, just to say thank you to everybody for participating today. I know it's quite late in the Philippines and Thailand, and also Sri Lanka is getting there. We have about lunchtime here in Sweden, so we will continue our local program this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
You can.